When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured stories today. The thought ministry of truth was scary, but the so-called non-binding mandate declaration for the future of the internet by the United States government is a bit scarier, and we'll be talking about that. Frank James, subway shooter suspect, says white people radicalized him. Did they charge him yet? Racial trauma expert weighs in, and nursing while black. Boy, these black people, they just can't get a break anywhere you look. We have an epic guest today, the first legend of the American First movement, modern monarchist, joins us today. It's going to be very exciting. That'll be the second hour at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The going free lesson of the day, external threats, and 2 MPs as well. White identity does not deserve respect, and white people must never have an identity. Just look at World War II. We'll also have a reading that is apropos from Crucible today, chapter 23, Righteous. A big surprise, as well as your calls, questions, and comments. And then there is this. After an exhaustive study that took all about an afternoon, male anti-whites had identified the pickup line they most often use. It goes something like this. Do you need a stud in your life? All I need is you, because I have the STD. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, Washington, D.C., 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. I'm outside of Mordor on the Potomac here in the once great state of Virginia, and you can see through the magic window on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all? Well, of course, no white guilt is. Sooner or later, that window will start talking back. We're going to do some magical spells, and we'll see. Can everybody hear me okay? It's wonderful to be with you, and we have a jam-packed gathering today. It's going to be very exciting. Can't wait to have a modern monarchist on with us today. It's looking very exciting. If you want to financially gift over the course of this gathering, please do so. Every little tiny bit counts. And those who financial gift get their questions and comments read no matter what, even if I have to change the wording a bit to protect the work that we're doing here in service to white well-being. You can financially gift over on Entropy. Thank you so much, Fernal. And you can on Entropy, and it's a cost of 15% to you. But those good people keep free speech alive over on and with and through that platform. So we thank them very much. Also on Cash App. The URLs for both are in the description below. Cash App is free to everyone. And you also have the option of Odyssey. And go ahead when you get an opportunity at any of these places. Make your voice heard with a financial gift. I deeply appreciate it. You can also financially gift with cryptocurrency of your choice. We have several wallets. You can go to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Bookmark that address, as well as the afterparty.tv. The afterparty.tv. The anti-whites are going into full-fledged conniptions, as is always the case when something isn't going immediately their way. We want to keep them there in conniption, in a conniption state for as long as we possibly can. You don't know what they're going to end up doing when they get into such a state. So make sure that you bookmark those addresses. You don't know what they'll do here on these platforms with yours truly and those others who are white sympathetic or white positive. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab. You will see a snail mail address there, as well as the cryptocurrency wallets. And I deeply thank everyone who financially gifts. We have not had any anonymous gifts over the course of this previous week. So let me turn instead. And as we are at the beginning of the month, we're going to thank everybody who automatically financially gifts each month, in addition to financial gifts that they usually give throughout the course of the month. These are true champions. If you are a free rider and you are enjoying the work that we're doing in service to white well-being, and you're not participating by financially gifting, by creating content, by getting content that others create out into the world, by spreading the concepts that we use here, which is the way that you change yourself and you change the world. Here, with the method of going free, you stick with this practice throughout the totality of your life, because you can never get rid of the anti-white concepts that you have been burdened with, infected with. You do that and you share that with our brothers and sisters, and you make a difference in the world. And we are deeply grateful for that. But if you are one of those folks who are a free rider, then these are the people to whom you owe so much. And these are, of course, we're starting off with the All-Stars. And we have here user C88 and Honorous and No White Guilt Clips, great champion. And George, as well as Child of Lindbergh, Joseph, the great and one and only Final Blossom, and another true champion here, Promethean Healing. And now we'll move on to the rest of the honors roll call. And if we could, please, when we get to the end, everybody, big round of raucous emojis for these champions. We have the great DB Cooper, who has a little boy that is named after me. Thank you so much. The great Michigan Wave is there. Diane and Ben Wingate and Rockford Trader, as well as Save Western Civilization Now, King Petrus, as well as a great Brad C., who is in the live chat every single week. Great to see you, brother. And JP, as well as Happy Cat. We also have Roscoe, All-Star, and checking on Jack and Mac, as well as Josh. Connor is in there as well. Greg and user 42 is in there. And Ian we also find there as well. And we get to WK Hendrickson as well. Rujash is there. Liberty Battle. Jacked is also with us. Evillian is on the list, and so is Scott. A big round of raucous emojis for these champions. If I missed your name, my deepest apologies, and it was not intentional. But I will make sure that I get every single person here next time. So big round of raucous emojis for these champions. Thank you all so very much. If you were a monthly financial gifter and you're wondering, Jason didn't read my name this month, and Jason didn't read my name last month, and Jason didn't read my name the month before that. So what's going on? Well, you think you're still financially gifting, but you're not. Your name is not on the list. Perhaps you were over on one of those other platforms that have been taken from us, payment processors taken from us. Make sure that you are still financially gifting and that you just don't think you are, because we had a great many over there on Patreon that we lost when they censored me off of the platform. So big thank you to every single one of those champions. You are true heroes. Fit and healthy at any age is with us. Great to see you, brother. Promethean hails to you as well. You know what I've got to do? I just realized we need these documents here. There was actually a bit of a computer issue just prior to the gathering, which, don't you know, that's always a wonderful time to have an issue. It's just prior to going live. Now that's the nursing. Okay, then we have, I think it's this one. Yes, we'll start with that one, but we'll get to that in one moment, and we'll put it up because these links may have had something to do with the issue that we were dealing with. Let me say a big hello. And we do have a couple of financial gifts that already came in, and I want to make sure that we get to those right just before the show. We're going to get right into these stories otherwise. And it looks like we had financial gifts from, and then of course we've got to go back a month here to be able, okay. Amber, we had 2 financial gifts from Amber, both $3 a piece. Thank you very much, Amber. Really appreciate. And she says she's not happy that she has to hide her tools to self-defense for the fear that, I guess, the anti-whites are going to be taking away the right to self-defense, and they'll be coming to our homes to get those tools of self-defense. And she's also talking about some friends of hers that received a vaccine. I'm sure it's not the one that the government, all the anti-whites tell us is the perfect vaccine and that does all things good. And she's lamenting that these friends of hers have not done so well. But of course, it's not the vaccine that the anti-whites tell us about is absolutely perfect and makes everything go well, makes us more intelligent, taller, better looking, whatever it is, whatever they tell us, we'll just accept it. Coconut is here. Great to see you. And who else do we have? Looks like we have our dear young lady, Ladybug is with us. There's the great Yiz, the eunuch, the unifier, and Rory Herbert, art acrobats, donning armor. Of course, I mentioned the great Fournol for getting back to me with the info. Drew is with us. Azimuth Clark. And Julia's here. And so is Malice. And Piers Taylor is with us. Great to see you all. Elaine Sabatino, wonderful to see you. Wes Middlebrook is there. Calvin and Piers and John, Musa, and BC. Rich Mad Dog is there. There's the great and one and only Brant Danger is with us today. And of course, No White Gill Clips. Great to see you, brother. Vexed is there. Hey, make sure you reach out to me and I'll take a look at these comments, hopefully before they scroll off the screen. If you want to make a comment that you don't want to scroll away, you can jump on over there to Entropy. Doesn't cost you anything to do so. There's a question widget. We also call it the Talk Kevin widget. And you may ask questions, post comments in that widget. They won't disappear unless you or I delete them. And I want to wish everybody a happy, most glorious May Day. And by that, I mean the actual May Day, not the sick anti-white commie bastard thing that they have tried to force us to acknowledge and to take the place of the actual May Day. Get out your maypoles, your flowers, adorn your hair and windowsills. We are at the middle and the beginning, therefore, of summer, and days are going to be warmer and more beautiful. Life is coming back to the northern hemisphere, while our southern hemisphere brothers and sisters are getting ready to go into a deep slumber. I will check really quickly and see a big hello to everybody over there on Odyssey, which is up and working at the moment. And looks like we have, I guess this one was just right now, wasn't it? A 25 token, library token by Alt Media has 25 token financial gift. Thank you very much, great brother. And he writes, any marketing we can do to help this get more viewers. 200 live viewers is very little. Well, we could talk about that. We're about to get into the stories. I thank you very much for the question. And bottom line, you have circles of influence. This is the easiest, quickest answer. You can increase those circles of influence. You can get into other communities. And then when we go live, you share like crazy. Everyone share with your circles of influence. Take a moment and share the URL so we can get as many people in here going free as is humanly possible. And we have right here the great Dude Bro moment. Please get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Let's applaud Dude Bro moment, who financially gifted $75 just now. 75 US dollars. God bless you, brother. We deeply appreciate you and everything you do in service to white well-being. And he writes here, for white well-being. That's how you begin a gathering, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you get it started, with dedicated people who are not here to watch and waste their time, but here to change the world, which we are doing. Make no mistake about it. People like Elon Musk are moving right, and they say on their Twitter, well, it's because the anti-whites, although they're going to call them by the names of their taking, like leftists, they've moved left. I've stayed the same, but they've just moved left. Well, the reality is that that is a signal to try to defend one's position as an abstractionist, and it fails. It's weak, it's effeminate, it's ballless. The reality is that we, those of us who are going free, have changed the concepts that are being used across Western civilization. Western civilization, not just our great country of the United States, not just our great country of Canada or the UK or Australia, but all around the world. We have changed the concepts that are used and thereby changed the story that we are in, enabling people to take up the language. Friends, when we see in the coming months and in the coming years of the roaring 20s, which will be looked back upon as the decade that we rescued Western civilization, we did it, that we rescued Western civilization, you will be able to clearly see that the language that people used is what changed. The language, what did I say to you? How many of you all have been with me long enough, and it wouldn't have to even be terribly long in this case, what I'm about to ask, but certainly the further back you go with me, the more power this has. And that is this: how many of you were with me when I have said all along that as we change the language, the concepts that we use, and the language, and it's not just about we've just arbitrarily come up with words and we're going to push them out there. No, we scientifically test concepts that we employ reason and logic to arrive at strategically, implement those strategies. We scientifically examine them, and then if they work, we keep them. One of the main issues is that the selfishness of the individual has to be served by those concepts so that they will take it up and then pass it on to others by way of its use. That's how we call it a curative contagion. By way of its use, these things are then spread. And I have been saying all along, we will reach people where they are. And that means the CEO, the guy collecting the trash, the guy laying the bricks, the brain surgeon, the lawyer, the etc. Where they live, we reach them. And that includes billionaires with 250 some odd $1 billion wealth. It includes everyone where they are. There was never a hope in hell of creating a marching movement to take down the street with a what is this farce that they have, this show of farce. It was never going to work. There was never going to be a baseline, a cultural revolution by just creating new cartoons or new memes or new whatever. That was never going to work. There was never going to be a political reclamation because of the powers arrayed against us, because of the use of the concepts that those who we must sell our ideas to are impregnated with, because you can't speak in a way to win with those who have been programmed for us to lose. Those agents, those units that we have to speak to are programmed in such a way for us to lose. So we had to change. We had to give people a new dialectic. We had to give them a new lexicon. As I said a moment ago, something that they would take up and use on their own because it selfishly served them. It selfishly served their family. It selfishly served the people they cared about. Well, we have been doing this for over 2 decades now. And we are seeing the evidence. We are seeing the fruits of those labors. We are seeing more people come in, more geniuses participate, and thereby increasing the effect we have on our civilization, Western civilization. And we're going to begin right here as we increase the AC in this room here, because it is a springtime in the once great state of Virginia. And as you can see, no matter what the weather does outside, the magic window gives us the best view. They made me more dangerous. So the potential Frank R. James, the potential shooter, has he been charged yet? Does anybody know? Let's go. Brandon is with us. Wonderful to see you. Hey, the great champion and kindest of hearts in the white sympathetic sphere, Biospirit of the West, is with us. Wonderful to see you. Says he wants to be pristine for the gathering today. And so is the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, one of the hardest rockers of all time. Imminent Rain is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. So hard going free. They made me do it. That's what Frank said. He just went down there. If he's the one that ends up being guilty, whether he's been charged or not, we're waiting, I guess, for a jury to say it's the case. But isn't it interesting? The silence. What is this, friends? It's a hush crime. These are one of the MC's meme curatives that we give you, that you train yourself with, that you go out in the world and you say, mom, dad, brother, sister, coworker, boss, employee, whatever it might be, guy driving me around in the Uber, no, get away from me, dirty bum who's trying to get some money off of me. We say to them, this is a hush crime. This whole story here in Rolling Stone magazine about they made me do it, it is a hush crime. Well, how is it a hush crime, Jason? How is it a hush crime, they ask you, the mother, the father, the dirty bum that wants to get some money off of you? How is it a hush crime? What is a hush crime? Well, a hush crime is when the anti-whites who are in charge have deemed something contradictory to the anti-white narrative under which we must suffer. Now, you don't even have to go all that way. All you have to do is call it a hush crime. That's the beauty of the concepts, the meme curatives we give you, because they come already loaded with your victory. You see how that works, friends? You see how you are empowered simply by using the MCs, the meme curatives. And you can get those MCs in the one and only Go Free, which is what we're talking about ultimately at Root when we are going free on Sundays. Let all your friends know. Don't you want them to be as powerful? They made me do it. They made me more dangerous than anyone could ever effing imagine, is what he said. How many times have we heard they made me do it? And it won't change. There is no argument that will defeat that position, because that position takes place within inside the anti-white narrative. Conservatives, content creators, Republican content creators, Republican conservative leaders, nationalist leaders, patriot leaders, they will all try to address the argument being made by this person. If you are in their fiction, which is the anti-white narrative, you cannot rewrite their story. That's what you have to understand. That's why our whole lives have been failures. The lives of our parents, failures, grandparents, failures, great-grandparents, failures. We can just keep going back, but it gets really depressing. So it's time we change the story. It's time we refield the conversation. This will never change until you get out of their story. Frank R. James, named as a suspect in the New York City subway shooting, left an online trail of hate. Well, of course, who are they going to talk about? Are they going to talk about white people? Are they going to talk about all of the anti-white hatred that this monster, whoever, if it's this guy, then it's this guy. If it's some other black guy, then it's some other black guy. They know it's a black guy, right? Or wait a second, maybe we're going to find out that he's actually a white guy that had just had shoe polish on. He was in blackface, and the worst crime there will not be that he killed white people by gunning them down. It'll be that he appropriated black skin with his shoe polish. Great to see you, Vincent. We have with Simon JJ, Mr. Bloom, and Alex. Wonderful to see all the champions here. We talked about the Northman. Who was that? And we will continue. We will continue with this. No, it's not going to be about the white people. In fact, this thing has disappeared. The story has been buried underfoot because it's a hush crime. Do not start talking about Orwell's 1984. No one cares. It doesn't empower us. If it makes you feel a little witty, then it's in a dirty way, and you should really give it up. The suspect in Tuesday's shooting on the New York City subway is a prolific user of social media, regularly uploading lengthy, often, and then here's the anti-white slur that we never use, racist diatribes to both YouTube and Facebook, in which he addresses a range of topics from the state of race relations in the United States to the policies of New York City Mayor Eric Adams, according to videos reviewed by Rolling Stone. Well, what is it about this? Does something jump out at you? Because if this guy was able to get away, and you might be getting ready to do this, you feeling the itch of the hypocrisy? Are you feeling the itch of the double standard? Well, get yourself some cream. We're going to get you some Go-Free cream to take care of that, because you're not going to think you've made your point by talking about the double standard. No, the double standard is the fulcrum that you use to step over to get to the point that these entities, that these people are anti-white, and that is why they have double standards. That is why they are as I guess replete with the desire to have implement one standard with anti-whiteism and those who are anti-white, and a completely different hypocritical standard when it goes to white people. After being named a person of interest Tuesday evening, which he should have been named a long time ago, because he is on YouTube, he is on Facebook talking about how white people need to die, talking about how the system, and as CNN, of course, and how the system has to be destroyed, the system being civilization that we create. Let me drive the point home. We're Western kind. We create Western civilization. The only way to destroy that system is to destroy Western kind. Are you getting it yet? He can go onto these platforms and talk about murder. He can go onto these platforms and talk about destroying civilization, YouTube and Facebook, that if I would never say such things, obviously, never have and never would. But if I were to even imply something untoward, even slightly, the anti-whites are going to delete me from YouTube. The anti-whites are going to delete me from Facebook. So, double standard. Why did I just share it? To say anti-whites run YouTube, anti-whites run Facebook, anti-whites run the news and entertainment media. That is why we have things called hush crimes. A hush crime immediately demonstrates that there are people in control who are anti-white. That destroys the anti-white narrative's main thesis, that the white race controls the system for the benefit of the white race. You don't even have to get into that argument, because you win based on all the work that we have done. Frank R. James, 62, was now considered a suspect in the shooting, which took place in Brooklyn during the morning rush hour aboard a northbound train between 59th and 36th Streets, 8:30 a.m. Adams gave a series of interviews Wednesday morning, April 13, during which he said he was confident James would be arrested soon. He also offered an update on 4 people who were injured during the attack. It probably was lamenting that any white people survived it, but I'm sure CNN will get to you with the facts. Let me jump down through some of this so we can get to these others. I really want to get to, and maybe we'll do this exactly next, because this is the scary thing that you all need to hear about right now. The Ministry of Truth is only a little scary. Don't exactly know. It's unclear how they're going to fund it. It's unclear how they're going to implement their ideas. It's unclear how they're actually going to come. Maybe that won't ever. It'll be black box the entire time, which the anti-whites are wont to do. They love that, making their decisions in private where you can't see, because it's just a bunch of freaks running around on fire, juggling like monkeys and having sex with them. That's what they're doing in the boardrooms now in the once hallowed halls of Washington, D.C. That's what happens. And then at the very end, they step out of the door and they close the door quickly so you don't see the circus going on behind them. And they say, and this is what we're going to do to you white people next. James then goes on to describe the individual as, Adams' cavalry before launching into a homophobic. And here you go, folks. It's not about white people, according to Rolling Stone, the anti-whites. Doesn't matter that this guy went on and on and on endlessly about harming white people. If he implied anything negative about any other group, well, then according to the anti-whites, that's what they're going to write about. Because what? The lives of white people don't matter. The lives of white people don't have value. And of course they don't. We have been dehumanized for beyond our lifespans and our parents' lifespans and their parents' lifespans. We have been dehumanized, and so killing us, it's just like we hear all over the course of our lives. Raping us, maiming us, it happens. There's crime in cities. You need to get used to it. This is what the anti-whites tell us. So it's easy then to pass right over all of that. And of course, it's something they want to do because it upsets the anti-white narrative to say white people are being targeted on the basis of their race. They don't want to do that. So instead, they're going to say, you know what? He implied something homophobic once, this guy who just gunned down. I mean, how many white people do you have to gun down and talk about murdering white people, the white race, and race war before they'll actually, well, never. They are never going to talk about things that contradict the anti-white narrative, ever. So they're going to say, well, he implied something homophobic, so he's a homophobe. Never use that phrase. Never attempt to take up anti-white positions and think that it's going to empower you. Never think that you're going to corner an anti-white by picking up one of their victim groups or picking up one of their concepts and say, you hold that victim group more dear. You hold that concept more dear. You never will have them. Why? Because all of that, the victim groups, the concepts, etc., are pretexts to get to anti-white conclusions. They will drop them in a heartbeat. Don't be a foolish individual. The conservative Republican leaders, they do it all the time. You don't own the anti-whites, whether they call themselves leftists or woke morons or whatever it might be. The walking woke. That's what they are, the walking woke. You never will be any of those. You beat those people, and you'll never own them. You'll never have them cornered because they'll just say, no problem, I'll drop that, and I'll use something else to get to the victimization of Western kind. Whoa! Did James actually also say something that might be interpreted as anti-Semitic? No problem pointing that out at Rolling Stone. No problem whatsoever. So James and whoever this was, if he's found guilty or not, whoever this was, could have killed 100 white people. And they would be talking about, did he ever have a microaggression against ladies born with penises by crossing his legs in their premise? Did he ever do that? Because if he did, that makes him the monster of a lifetime. What do you all think about this? What do you all think about this scumbag? And I will pull up this next item as we reach on over to our declaration for the future of the internet. Folks, this was just signed. Nobody's talking about it. Or is somebody talking about it? I don't know. You tell me. I haven't seen anybody talking about it. And maybe they have been. But this was just signed. So this is one of those, it doesn't have any force. And how many other countries have signed? We got to thank Ladybug for this document. She read it, provided the notes for it. How many countries have signed on to this? 60 partners. Okay, so this is April 28th. The United States, with 60 partners from around the globe, launched the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. How does this work? These so-called like non-binding, and they don't have the force of law. They are used, folks. You want to understand government and how the anti-whites cheat and manipulate government in the United States, countries across the West, governments across the West. They end up signing these things, and then judges in decisions don't tell me that's illegal because I'll just send you back to your playpen. You can just get back in the crib. I don't care how old you are. Get back in the crib because you're too naive for the adult world. Judges will point to these things, and they create a precedent then. Lawmakers will point to these things. They will cite these things in order to write laws and the rest. These things are very powerful for the anti-whites. And the way they do this is they have a bunch of people come together whom they don't name. So you can't reach out and say, it's this group, it's that group. We've got to put an end to this or put an end to that. So it's just this vapor out there of evil that is able to create a precedent on which other anti-whites then effectuate anti-white conclusions. Does that make sense? The Declaration for the Future of the Internet. The Declaration for the Future of the Internet is being rolled out at the same time as this so-called Disinformation Governance Board, a Bureau of Homeland Security, and everybody is referring to as the Ministry of Truth. This document was organized by the National Security Council, but the actual creators are not mentioned beyond, quote, leaders in government and academia and civil society, that they came together to outline a better version of the internet. What's the big problem with the internet? Does anybody know? I mean, you got to see exactly the power of the internet as we are getting close to the final quarter of this first hour. Let's go. Brandon is with us. He knows. It is the peer-to-peer communication, because it is the ability of the anti-whites to isolate you and to make you think that if you disagree with the ideas that they are presenting to you, if you disagree with the interpretations, if you disagree with the outcomes, if you disagree with what happened or didn't happen, well, you are alone. And everybody thinks you are insane. And maybe you are insane. This is what they want to do. But if you can talk with people across town on the internet very easily, across the state, across the region, across the province, across the country, around the world, then you're liable to discover that you're not alone. You're liable to discover that indeed you have hundreds of millions of folks who are sick and tired of the onerous, the oppressive anti-whiteism that we are death shrouded with here in Western civilization. That is the true power. The peer-to-peer communication is the true power. That is what the anti-whites want to try to control. The reason why the censorship is so important to that is because each population, each country requires slightly different interpretation on events that serves the anti-white oligarchs in that country. Anti-whiteism is the same across the West, which is a great beauty for us, because one cure is all that is needed then. But since you have these slightly different interpretations, that ends up muddying the waters. And those who practice psychological warfare against us, they know the power is in getting a single message to you that no one is permitted to disagree with. The document then serves as a legitimizing precedent that anti-whites in government, academia, judges, and in the public sector can use to make laws, codes, rules. You work for a big company, increasingly, even the smallest of businesses are owned by leviathans, international leviathans, and they adopt this garbage when it's written. And then they implement codes, and those codes, when enforced, lead to your either obeisance or your firing. Let's take a look at some of the notes here, and then just a couple quick points out of it. Globally, we are witnessing a trend of rising digital authoritarianism, where some states act to repress freedom of expression, censor independent news sites, interfere with elections, promote disinformation, big one there, and deny their citizens other human rights. At the same time, millions of people still face barriers to access, and cybersecurity risks and threats undermine the trust, and the reliability of networks. This is a direct quote. Notice how how they write this, the constructions of sentences in the document. It's intended to sound like almost like they're talking about withholding their own hand, because we can all see what they are doing. Here we have some more notes here. They intend to target disinformation, which is anything that conflicts with the anti-white narrative, and combat it. And they note a particular interest in preventing any disinformation that might affect political campaigns. We saw how they controlled the truth that they call disinformation in the United States, didn't we? And we now see that anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are putting this singing twat in charge of the ministry of truth to decide whether or not you will be allowed to say X, Y, or Z, because that, she says, if you are allowed to say, she wants to find out how to get around this First Amendment. People like that should be thrown in prison, not given these positions that they don't deserve in charge of your life and mine. They intend to combat disinformation again, as they see it, involving the discrimination based on protected classes. And of course, the only group of people that aren't protected are white males. They are the only group that can be legally and socially, morally, ethically discriminated against, fired, beaten, whatever else, kept out of school, kicked out of school. They say here, they note a particular interest in making sure there's women and young people and children interests are protected online, because that's what we need. We need women more protected. I mean, they're in total charge of Western civilization households, but we need them protected even more. They intend to make use of the internet. They intend to make use of the internet equitable. Obviously, equality insinuates that someone's needs need to be put ahead another. And that's important when they're talking about the word equitable, the meme pathogen in anti-whiteism, equitable, because it means that you need to pull down. And what group is that going to be? The white race, particularly white males. You got to pull them down so that everybody else is lifted up thereby. The main takeaway from this declaration is written in such a way with very vague language that can easily be used as the building blocks for the government to slowly start, quote, protecting. This is what the anti-whites would call it. So just to start victimizing you and me online so that they can prevent our speech. That's really what it's all about. They're going to say, here are pretexts. So it's more of the same, essentially, as I look at the notes here. It could even result in the elimination of websites and products, books and movies that are just deemed to be inequitable by those who have written this and by those who will take the portions of it to implement in the laws, the codes. You're hearing a lot about the ministry of truth and the singing twat psychopath today and the past couple of days. You're not hearing much about this. And as we're running out of time, I might have to return to it. Because there are some great one-liners here. Internet, a safe and secure place for everyone, except for white males, of course, particularly women, children, and young adults. And while they say they want to make the internet a place safe for young adults, they take groups of people that used to climb out of little tiny cars at the fucking circus, and they take them and they put them before children at libraries and at their schools, and they teach them about sex. Or maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe I'm just saying that for entertainment purposes, and CNN will give you the real news. But you all also have something called peer-to-peer communication on the internet for now, and you can go find out, is it taking place in this town? Is it taking place in that country? Is it taking place in that province? Is it taking place in that county or that parish? Well, you already have the answers. And that's why the anti-whites hate you so damn much. I'm going to jump over, as we are 10 minutes till the top of the hour. Racial trauma expert weighs in on report that details racism, anti-white slur we never use, in the Minneapolis Police Department. This is NPR. And you know, when they talk, everybody but those who would have listened. If you do know the commercial, the E.F. Hutton one, nobody there is listening. because those were people who were supposed to be sagacious financial investors. Boy, and what a lovely picture of George Floyd that this racial trauma expert has painted, doing nothing for the stereotype, nothing whatsoever. Come on. It's been 30 years since Los Angeles erupted into violence after the acquittal of 4 police officers charged with using excessive force in the videotaped arrest and beating of a motorist, Rodney King, who absolutely was not hyped up on drugs that make him numb and was absolutely not strong like a power lifter and much larger than the police officers. None of that. No. None of that. No. He was just black and innocent as the day is long. They should have just, he probably would have responded better had they tried a lollipop coated in heroin. 3 decades and a racial reckoning later, many wonder how much has really changed. This week, nearly 2 years after the death of George Floyd that they just can't get over, I think they gave up on beating a dead horse, but are they ever going to give up on beating a dead? You finish that in your head. Don't you dare write that in the live chat. Human Rights, the Department of Human Rights concluded its investigation in the Minneapolis the police department with a damning report. Oh, well, of course, what was it going to be? We are in a fictional narrative. This is the anti-white. It wouldn't matter what the reality was there. Are there white people? Well, yes. So there you have it. Evil white people. Well, Jason, this Department of Rear has no white people. They've made sure that they are diverse now, which means no white people are present. Well, are they set inside of a matrix of white people? So is there a system of white people? Are white people left at all in the states or counties surrounding or the country? Yes. Well, white people evil. That's how it works. The report found that officers stopped, searched, arrested, killed people of color for fun, apparently, because that's what's happening in America. Even though yours truly, when obeying a police officer, I'm pretty white. You're going to have a hard time confusing me with something other than white. You kind of see it in the phenotype. You kind of see it in the fair features, right? And I was obedient and yes, sir, no, sir. And a cop beat the shit out of me. Wonder how that happened. Could it just be that there are some bad people who put on a badge? Could that be it? And could it be when they have to deal with it, when they're in a community that's predominantly a one race, that's the race they're going to be mistreating, or those are the individuals that they're going to, could that be it also? We could go on and on and on. But of course, it's just anti-whiteism, because do you know where black people never get beaten by police officers? In all black countries. They concluded that Minneapolis Police Department were beating, robbing, killing, arresting, and murdering, and speaking ill of, and hurting the feelings of, no, here comes an anti-white phrase, people of color, excluding the white race from humanity. And then you wonder how that sick anti-white SOB was able to go gun down a bunch of white people. And then you wonder how a bunch of writers at Rolling Stone are fine with not mentioning the murders of white people, perpetuating the murders, dipping their fucking pens in the ink of our blood so that this happens again and again and again. Then you wonder why and how it happens. This is how it happens. And the city and police leaders were aware of the pattern of discriminatory behavior. Well, if you stop policing their community, you're damned, because then good black people that happen to be poor are getting victimized by black people. And if you police their neighborhood, then you're damned, because you are handling roughly those who want to kill you. Let's go ahead and jump on over, as we're 5 minutes left to the top of the hour. And folks, we are going to have one and only gentleman here. I got to get the link together for that wonderful gentleman, modern monarchist. He's one of the best from the America First movement. We're going to have him on just after the top of the hour. But before we get there, and as you watch the stars and stripes flutter on the flagpoles behind me and the people walking to and fro in the cars, going to and fro on the magic window on the wall, we have an opinion piece here. Nursing while black. So many ways that this article could go. Anybody chimed in? Let's see what we have here. We have Yiz the Eunuch, financially gifting $5. The Eunuch, the Unifier. Thank you so much, sister. She writes, weekly folk tithe to support what you were talking about in the opening of the show about reaching people where they are. Go Free gave me what I lacked to do exactly that. Go Free gave me what I lacked to do exactly that. It's the aegis and gladius we need. Now we can fight. Now we can win. She writes, Kip indeed, sweet sister. And she has a white heart emoji. God bless you and thank you very much. Get your raucous emojis out for TJ, who's just financially gifted $20. God bless you. Hitting the $20 mark gets you the raucous emojis. And he writes, keep the chin and spirit up with white positive people. God bless you all. Well, God bless you. We love you. Thank you so very much. And we have over here, ladies and gentlemen, a great champion who came to our aid and financially gifting and came to our aid when we had an individual attempting to usurp my identity. And this is, I'll just refer to you, brother. I won't use your first name here, RNG. Got 2 financial gifts from this champion. Get out your raucous emojis. The first one is for $25. And he writes here, simply but profoundly, go free. And then another $20 financial gift from RNG. God bless you, brother. Yes, we had this individual show up, and be aware of those who are trying to impersonate yours truly. They can only do it in the most ephemeral and superficial way because, as everyone knows, especially the women I have dated, there is no equating. He writes with these $20, RNG, thank you so much. He says, this is RNG Farmer. So that's the name I'm going to try to remember on Twitter. Thank you, brother. Thank you so very much. Do you want me to use your first name? I don't know if it's your real first name or not, so I'm just keeping it out of the conversation. But God bless you. $25 financial gift followed by a $20 financial gift. And he reached out, and this person accidentally reached out to somebody who had the identical account on Twitter. RNG did, and asked, where do I financially gift? And this dirtbag was saying, oh, well, this Cash App over here. Are you going to send it right now? Well, of course, it was not my Cash App. And so I tweeted, I gabbed, I did everything I could to let folks know, watch out for these individuals attempting to impersonate me. I mean, they might be able to put on the mask, right? They might be able to put on, my face been hit a lot. I'm not quite pretty. I wasn't even born pretty. So that's just the way it is. You know, it's the way the cookie crumbles. But then I got punched a lot, and that further messes things up. The nose has been broken a couple. Well, it's also been broken playing tackle football without a helmet and a forehead going into my nose. I've also had a few teeth knocked out. I have some replacements. I went for years without some teeth. It wasn't good. It was an ugly thing. But I had a big smile for everybody I met. They can put on the mask, right? They could work out. They could try to have the physique I currently have, which is just trying to stay in shape. But of course, they'll never be able to impersonate me from the waist down. That's just the way things work. God can't be as kind to everyone. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. And we're going to swivel back around, and we're going to take a look at this story. And remember, we have the one and only, the modern monarchist is going to come on. I have a lot of nice things to say about this young man. He is a rising star. He's one of the best in the America First. And you know that because he came right over here. And we're going to have him just a moment. We're going to take a brief break right after this, and we're going to bring on this champion. And we have here, and if he's listening, I have sent you, brother, I have sent you the link to join, and you can be backstage hanging out until ready to bring you forward. Nursing while black. Nursing while black. Why is the anti-white slur racism killing nurses? Hyperbole? Can we say histrionics for these anti-whites? You see, this is why you don't, one of the main reasons why there are all these different strategies. And one of the strategies that the folks who have tried to fight back against God bless them. There are a lot of people in the white sympathetic sphere. They're great. They're great looking. They are brilliant. They are educated. They do wonderful things, lives. They lead wonderful lives. Moral, ethical, a lot of great people out there. But some of them have said, what you need to do is you need to go get the data. You need to go present all the data to your brothers and sisters. I tried the strategy. It didn't work well. And it's not working as well as it could for these folks. I commend their efforts when their morality matches mine. And where it doesn't, I have nothing to do with it. But this is where they would tell you, oh, you have to go out and tell them how many white people are raped each year and by which race are they raped and how many white people are divested of their inheritance and their businesses and which race is doing that. No, it doesn't. You could have, I just got done telling you about the story about the subway shooter, right? And what was really important there. White people are dehumanized. You are inside of a fiction, the anti-white narrative. You want to be here and you think as a character in their story, you're going to stand up and say, I've got data, sir. I've got data. That's what the Republicans, and not those who vote Republican, not people who consider themselves conservatives. Those are good people. I'm talking always about the leaders when I'm criticizing these people. They think they're going to go up and they're going to say, oh, I've got some data, author of the story that I'm trapped in. Will you consider this? No, they're not going to consider it. Shut up. Were you born yesterday? How many times you got to try that strategy? You could have more. You could have dead white corpses, to not be redundant, piled around you, and all non-white people sitting in fields of daisies and buttercups. And by the way, have you noticed all the buttercups coming up? This is a lovely little flower. I think that I'm going to go ahead and say these are my second favorite. They are coming up they are magnificent. Were you a child that went out and grabbed the buttercup and plucked it up and put it under your chin and to see if you liked butter? Because who wasn't? Because that is a totally white thing to do. You know what else is a white thing to do? To get behind the controls of an M1A2 Abrams tank and roll along at about 55 miles an hour, lobbing shells at adversaries. That's another white thing to do. But I digress. Registered nurses and other nurses. So the piles of dead bodies, and you have non-white people sitting in fields of daisies and buttercups, and God himself is singing to them. And the anti-whites will still tell you that they are suffering more than you. Oh, the mephitic aroma of the bodies bothering you? The putrefaction bothering you? Well, they have to sit amongst so much color that it hurts their iris and their nerve, ocular nerve, motor neuron cells in their bodies. And now you have to make amends. Registered nurses and other nursing staff are an important part of the fabric of our care workforce. And in the past 2 years, their work, dedication, and professionalism have been reported in the media during the COVID-19 pandemic. But you see, they're being killed. How are they being killed? Nothing over the top there. They have been described as deserving and often as angels. So here you go. You white people have been calling these non-white nurses, angels. And how dare you? You have been aggrieving them every time that you did that. Dare to hand them a little tiny harp? You motherfucker. What is wrong with you? A term I am not comfortable with, as nurses are degree level educated. Worship us as your academic overlords, the anti-whites say. Highly skilled professionals is what they are, whose daily work preserves and restores life. They actually are the ones giving life, not God. And they bring people back from the dead. So Jesus, you've got nothing on them, according to the anti-whites. Don't you see? There's nothing you can do in their story. Nothing. You have to get into our story. You're always wrong if you're white. You're always sinful. You've always aggrieved them. You always need to make amends. And your evil is always on the rise. It doesn't matter how little there is evidence to support of it. It doesn't matter any of that. All that matters is that you are trapped in their story, just like I discovered in junior high school. And I'll be reading from a little bit of this that's pertinent. Crucible, nonfiction, me in junior high school, 11 to 13 years of age. But for now, and for just a couple more minutes, we read from this garbage. However, for example, in London, the majority of the nursing workforce is made up of ethnic minorities. Are they really minorities? No. We know why they say that. Never call them minorities. In the following piece, I want to cover an explanation of the house of racism. Really, that's what it says. I should supply this. I want to cover an explanation of the house of racism. This is going to replace like Little House on the Prairie in the very near future. Instead of white people living out on the prairie, being murdered by those most peaceful non-white people, some of them were peaceful, many of them were not. No, it's just they set up their little, and the little girls got their little outfits on, and they milked the cows. And then about midday, all the white people got together, and they mass murdered every non-white person they could find. And the little girls got to, tie the heads to their little dresses. I mean, it's just what white people do. You think I'm kidding? They started off this article by saying non-white people, nurses, they're being killed by racism. And then the author is going to go on to an exploration of the three rooms of racism. Of course, racism means not being anti-white enough. That's all it means. Who is a racist? A white person who isn't anti-white enough. That's all it means. That's what you tell anti-whites. That's what you tell your mother when she brings it up. Don't be a racist, Johnny. Hey, Mom, a racist is a white person who's not anti-white enough. And if you say it again, I'm going to strap you to the sink, and you will have to stand in the kitchen for the rest of the day where you belong. The topic of international recruitment as oh my Lord, we're gonna have to take our break. I might have to revisit this. The topic of international recruitment of non-white nurses as the nursing slave trade. I shit you not. This is what's going on in these people's minds. Racism is fueled by the structures within organizations, so it's invisible. But white people, you're going to suffer. Institutions and government, these are usually in the forms of policies. Oh, so the policies themselves. Guidance and rules that govern the institutions. So everything has to be white erased. White people, you made up the health department. You made up the whole structure of health insurance and the hospitals in the West, and et cetera. The modern medicine is Western, but of course ask CNN, because who am I? Who am I? I won't share what 2% that I'm a part of, but who am I? And but check with CNN. But they have to white erase all of it. White erase means getting rid of both white people and our projections. That means the things we create. Got to get rid of it all, because as long as it's there, white people have to suffer. You see all you white women out there, we're going to have to go to break. We want to bring forward the modern monarchist, ladies and gentlemen, has entered the building. I see him now. We're going to have a break, and we will be back with this fantastic young man. I've been very happy with the videos that I've seen him make. You're going to be very happy to meet him as well. But this is the thing, all you white ladies out there that thought, and you also, you white ladies with penises in the white race, you thought that you were going to be able to just appease them, just give them what they want, just tell them what they want to hear. Do they want Do they want to thieve more money from us? Well, then just give them that. Well, honey, you work in accounting, and if they want to be the carpenters, then just let them all be the carpenters. Yeah, but what about all of our white in-laws and brothers and that are carpenters? Well, just we need to do this for our family. Just let them stop talking. I'm in charge. Just give them what they want, and it'll be okay for another day. Well, guess what, bitch? It's not okay anymore. It's your life they've got a problem with. It's your existence. It's everything you create. It's your little white babies. It's everything. And now white males are going to have to recapture this destiny. And that means that you're going to have to jump in the shotgun seat and participate, or we're going to leave you on the side of the road for the raging anti-white mobs that assuredly will be following this train as far as we will permit them to nirvana.
There is no excellence where there is equality.
For every diversity hire,
there is a diversity fire.
It is not the similarities that make us the same.
It is the differences that make us different.
The truth is hate
to those who hate the truth.
Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed.
Hollywood isn't history.
In a world of collectivism,
individualism is suicide.
There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
Hey, how's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Take it easy. G'day. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. People are saying, good job, mate, good job. I'm saying, love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It works. No White Guilt was right. It's about time people start listening.
All right, folks, I'm going to bring forward right now the modern monarchist. Now, this is a young guy. He is an America First guy. He makes fantastic videos, and he's got a channel on YouTube and other platforms. Very impressed with him. And here he is, the modern monarchist. There he is. How's it going, brother?
It's going well, Jason.
Oh,
Thank you. I got to say,
It's been a long time, but you were actually one of the first few guys I watched when I was in my early teens. Like
Oh,
on Mark.
really? That's
Yeah,
great.
I remember seeing you with like Mark Collette and maybe a few other British guys, like Iconoclast or something. But thanks a lot for having me on, and it's nice to actually remember that YouTube does have good streamers on it again, because
That's right.
it's been so bleached of content creators. But thanks for having me on.
Oh man, it's my pleasure. And like I said, folks, if you're not following the Modern Monarchist, you need to type it in on YouTube. You head over there, you just click the subscribe, and it doesn't matter what he's making over there. You don't have to find out before you click the subscribe. This is a good guy. You can find that out later, and we'll give you all of his links here in a minute, and then again at the end before we let him go. But it's very interesting stuff. He's a very bright guy, and I wanted to bring Mr. Bloom. Big round of applause to the great Mr. Bloom, who brought us together. And Mr. Bloom doing a magnificent job bringing folks together, and really grateful to him and the work that he's doing. That's one of the great things that you can do, ladies and gentlemen. If you have an opportunity, you know somebody in an adjacent circle within the white sympathetic sphere at large, and you know them, and you can hook them up, make it happen. But this is a particularly enjoyable, because I've watched a number of your clips, brother, and videos that he's made focusing on history. So what I want to do is I want to give you the opportunity, give you the floor. If you could start off by giving folks all of your links where they can find you, so they can follow you everywhere, follow you on Gab, follow wherever you are, and then tell them exactly what you do over there on the Modern Monarchist. And again, folks, as you can see, this is America First guy, and he's one of their best. So he's certainly one of their smartest, without question. So please, the floor is yours, brother.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity, because I like to talk about history, because there's in the America First world, if a lot of you guys aren't familiar, there's a lot of talented people, and I wanted to get involved because I've been in it for a while. I pride about my religion and my people quite a bit, and so I was saying, how can I contribute? And there's a lot of talented people do a lot of different things. I wasn't particularly good at anything in the streaming world besides teaching, besides talking about history, because I grew up with books galore in bookcases, not just those behind you, but homeschool had a lot of books. I played with army men, so I wanted to know why they were fighting. And it was a perfect, like, immature and mature stage in my life where I could say, hey, I could start making battles with soldiers that I read about in books. So that was a lot of fun. That gave me like a love affair with history. So I wanted to start doing this on YouTube so we could reach people that perhaps said, hey, I had a terrible history teacher. Because let's be honest, most history teachers are either like, cadavers and corsets, or they're like really fuddy-duddy types who talk like, and the Peloponnesian War happened because of the socioeconomic stances. It's just like, it's like that. It's denuded of its masculinity, kind of the primal, like the primal feelings of man, even throughout the centuries. And it tends to just become, by the end of it, nothing more than like what the nerds, everyone says what the nerds do. And it's pushed behind science, it's put behind math, it's put behind physics, when in fact those things have less bearing on your life than history does. So I want to talk about, the links are all pretty much the same. Modern Monarchist across YouTube, across Gab, across Telegram. Perhaps I could put them in chat here if you're okay with that, Jason.
Yeah, go for it.
But
I will. While you do that, you can put them in chat right now. While you do that, so folks can grab them, and then the troll slaying super mods of all human existence will also echo them in the live chat. So I do want to mention, though, that I don't know if you've heard of Brant Danger before, but you two really need to talk, and we'll get to that after the stream today. But Brant Danger has created something called School of the West. You can find it at schoolofthewest.world, and it's a homeschool support platform and a supplemental material. And they've done a lot of professional. These are professional teachers, educators, and they have put together the largest of its kind on planet Earth platform for white people. And I want to say in connection with that, part of the issue is you're talking right now about the teachers, the history teachers being boring, and how you're absolutely right. It's always puts behind everything else. And I think part of the reason for that is because our history is where we derive so much of our pride and ability to go further. And that's really what, when you're telling these stories, and it's very entertaining, folks. It's when Modern Monarchist is speaking with you in his videos, it's not the same old boring like history school teacher. It's conversational. He's getting into it. It's fun. You'll feel inspired, and you can be proud of all of on both sides of every conflict. Wherever there was heroism, you can be proud of all of it. So I want to pass it back to you so that you can continue with that. I just wanted to mention, you're absolutely right. The anti-whites want to deprive us of that great wealth of achievement. And one of the easiest way to deprive us is just to diminish the subject matter. And of course, over the years, they've been assiduously rewriting that subject matter. But nonetheless, it's just just diminish. It's not very important. What's important now is just that you learn to hate yourself if you're white.
Yes.
And your history is evil. So you're taking us another direction, but go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for talking about conversational style speaking, because I like that. Even texting, really like having all this technology available has made us become very like robotic with our forms of communicating. And even teachers, even like the boomer generation, I'm talking about the legit boomer generation from like the the late 40s to the 60s, have started to become this way too, because they used to be much more skilled with just having conversations. But attention span is diminished, and everyone talks like robotically. So conversationally, I like texting like how I talk. It sounds weird at first, but people tend to get used to it. I just like invigorating people. Like it's really important, because with my show, what I do is, honestly, I have a bunch of books here and I need to link them, but you do like maybe 3 to 4 hours of studying beforehand of doing a show, and then you read books. For instance, I'm covering Eastern Rome right now, so I got like several books right here that feature stories, and you basically read them all. And I got a good memory thanks to years of of being locked and in a room full of bookcases. And eventually, it's just in your brain, man. It's like it's in your brain, and you can recite for like 30 to 45 minutes. And the show about history usually goes for about 30 to 45 to an hour. And then after that, I do whatever anyone wants to talk about, or I talk about today in history, where I talk about events that happened on the day we're speaking. But history is so important because it sounds really like, what is it, quiche, or how do you ever pronounce that word? It sounds kind of like cheesy, but if you don't know what the past was about, if you don't know your past, you're not going to care about the future. You're not going to go, you're not going to know where to guide it or steer it. You're not going to care who your ancestors were. I mean, my ancestors were, hardcore, super like, let's just say stubborn Polacks. They only married Polacks for generations, even in North America. And so like, I love that history. And what happens here in America is we all just become like this bland. If you're a girl, you become like a bland valley girl, or if you're a guy, you become like some perm wearing, public school kid. You have like that e-boy hair, all that curly stuff.
Right.
And you're just like anyone else. So I just think it gives you so much to feed off of, and it could become easily more than just a boring like, oh, thank you, teacher, for giving me a free period of doing nothing. It could become something which, like, I don't know, it's better than any movie. And I think, talk about movies is what really has dominated the knowledge of history for decades, for the worse, honestly.
Yes.
Ridley Scott has just like pooped out. He's literally pooped out some real monstrosities. I don't like the guy. He made some good ones, but he's just like, his last Duel movie. Did you hear about that, Jason?
No.
Oh, like, I know you would really like absolutely hate it, because like I watched your review of The Northman and your criticisms on that. This movie takes it even further if you think that The Northman is like an anti-white kind of film. This movie's just like, men are evil. Christ is evil. Like every single religious authority is evil. Women are always right.
Oh, nice.
Dude, it just destroys. It destroys like what the high medieval ages were. And I could even talk about that. That's why I do the show, is because I'm sick of like faux historians being like, oh, it's all dark ages, and there were oppressive rapist monks roaming the highways.
Oh,
that's all it is. So like that's what part of my thing is myth breaking. Mythbusters, that show.
Oh yeah.
I'm a myth buster of history. I want to talk about the
Nice.
real stuff.
I like that.
No one cares about. It's it's sickening. And I think for those that don't like to read, Jason, those that don't like to read, a lot of Zoomers in my generation, I'm an outlier because I was homeschooled. They don't like to read. And so, you can listen to this show and you could say, hey, this is 30 to 45 minutes. It's free. I don't ever want to put like money on it. That's not what I do as a Christian. I don't like to charge people, put it behind a paywall or whatever.
Right.
So I don't know. We need more people that devote themselves to becoming lovers of their craft rather than just like, hammering it out like what some construction workers do on these peanut butter and jelly style houses. Like we need lovers of a craft, not just like, here it is. I'm being here because, I have to pay this, alimony and, this kind of child service.
Yeah.
Like you got to do it like that, man. So I don't know. That's kind of my spiel on history.
Listen, that's awesome because I feel the exact same way. You're speaking right to my soul. I find that actual history is infinitely more interesting and glorious, and it is all about the delivery. You could take the obviously these stories that a lot of folks love these days, Star Wars, whatever it is, and you could just discuss it in the most bland, prosaic, vapid way imaginable, and everybody would, it'd be just a soporific speech at the front of a classroom, and everybody would fall asleep. Nobody would care, but when you bring it to life with the energy like you do, and you can actually see folks when he's getting like into it, you can like feel that he's really enjoying the material because these are moments of intrigue. These are battles that he's talking about. A lot of it is Southern European, so it's like Roman and Greek, and then also you do American history as well. It's fantastic. And you can really feel that the history comes to life again. And that's the kind of thing. I mean, this is why, I mean, you and Brant might really be able to make a great team. Some of your material going toward white youth around the world who are dying, and in some cases literally dying, but dying for something to be proud of. So we have to, like with the practice of going free, we inoculate folks against, and their children against, anti-whiteism, making us hate ourselves and our history. But we need folks who are telling the stories of our history, all of these glorious triumphs, all of these tales of heroism, nobility, self-sacrifice, victories for glory where we live, not just where we die. I mean, just there have been so many wonderful moments, and the thing that's really communicated to all of us of any age, but certainly to our youngest members and therefore most vulnerable, is that these heroes, these geniuses, these artists, they are alive in all of us. They're latent because we've been infected with anti-white ideas, but they are those powers, those entities are there for us to tap into. And so folks like you and you're a young man and you're doing this magnificently. So proud of you and the work that you're doing. Tell us about the American historical events that you've covered.
Yeah, I like to cover history events that I have come up with my mind that there's going to be a mirroring of them in the future, or they're happening right now. If you guys know what I'm getting at. So for instance, everyone likes to cover the revolution, for instance, the revolting of a people against a king. Now, I'm the modern monarchist. I don't get LARPy about people, hating a king. I just like it because I like structural authority. I like central authority. And as a Catholic, it's like, it makes sense. So people like to talk about the revolution, but they don't like to talk about maybe, let's say, a little more controversial notes in history, like the Texan Revolution, the Mexican-American War, which I could perfectly say that with 100% honesty, that the way the West was won is the way it's going to be lost. And that's with, if I may say this, it's basically like, immigration, like a Texan. The Texans may have only been 30,000 strong, in the Mexican country or empire, whatever you want to call it at the time, under Santa Anna, because the Mexicans had 8 million in their population, but Texas itself had a majority of Anglos and English-speaking settlers and immigrants. And so they outnumbered the Tejanos, the Hispanic Texans. And so, they, even if the Tejanos wanted to stay with Mexico, they had no say in the matter because, they were like a few guys like us living in Los Angeles now. And so it's like, if Los Angeles wanted to say, okay, we're going over to, we're going over to Baja, we're going over to Mexico. And the few guys like us would be like, no, you're not. And then, the whole population's against us. And we're like, yes, we are. Thank you. we love you. Yes. So that's what I like to cover is like, perfect parallels in American history. But not everything is going to be copied, obviously. It's kind of understanding a playbook, the playbook of history, patterns, if you will. And I love the things that no one likes to talk about in history or have like a touchy subject. Like I'll talk about, for instance, like the Japanese prison camps, and I'll talk about this. Yeah. I'll talk about like the hypocrisy, the dual nature of certain allied powers who view themselves as torchbearers of, virtue and freedom. I'm reading a good book right now. I think I can do this. Have you ever heard of this book here, My Life?
No.
It's a really good one here. It's by a 20th century political leader. Okay. I think it's okay to talk about this or just to bring it. Is it okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I know what to do. So it's a really good, and he mentioned basically like, his people were treated, his group was treated like trash. They were put in prison on the outset of World War II. And meanwhile, they were being equated to other groups in Europe who were, apparently putting people in concentration camps as well. Mm-hmm. So like, it's just funny when you read real history, autobiographies especially, read autobiographies, you could start gleaning the truth from matters that have been like so hammed up with cinema. I call it like basically like cinema porn, like fake history porn, if you will. Like I don't know, man. It's pretty nuts. So read modern history autobiographies, and I like to do controversial takes on history too, besides the old stuff.
Yeah,
but I don't know. There's so much to cover with history, man. I could take it any direction. So
that's one of the things that you can see the enthusiasm in this young man, and that's one of the things that we absolutely need is the enthusiasm. The real enthusiasm. There are plenty of frauds out there that are making money and getting a name for themselves so that people can celebrate, how bright they are, or whatever it is. But you are definitely exhibit a genuine enthusiasm that we need. And there are going to be many, many young little boys and little girls that are going to end up as a consequence seeing you here, seeing you elsewhere. They're going to be watching your material, and they're going to be deriving a great deal of pride and looking up to you. I mean, you'll be like an elder to them at your current age.
I've always felt, if I may interrupt, sorry. I've always felt like I was, I always was going free. Like I never was under the indoctrination happily of any sort of, liberal anti-white kind of hatred. And just naturally, like I just was like, hey, like I don't like being called this name. Like I just like I like I don't follow or watch like certain things that like you have to watch these days, or else you're like a race hater. I'm just like, no, I just want to I want to chill out. I like these people. They kind of remind me of me. Is that a problem? I don't know. I think you're doing good work too. We need more positive people that like fight with a smile, like it's happy, just like, you call us names. What are you going to do? We built the world. You know what's funny about Australia? I want to make a historical kind of connection with Australia here. Australia, I don't want to make fun of the Irish or English convicts, but like Jason, they were basically built from like the convicts, the lower classes of the British Isles and Ireland.
Yes.
I think that's objective to say that. They were maybe unjustly going there, but they still went there. Lower classes, peasantry, real working class people. And they built a civilization. Obviously, before its fall, due to really a plethora of reasons, they built a civilization with those convicts and lower class people more beautiful than most non-European countries.
Oh, without question.
The whole world.
Yeah.
And that's convicts.
Yes. What you're talking about right there is a perfect example of what we call and what we think that are the real differences here between the races, which is the biospirit. So it's some part biological, spiritual as well. I know that you're Catholic, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so biospirit and the biospirit, and you can think, folks can think of it as they've never heard it before, the term. You can think of it as instinct. And every animal on planet Earth has an instinct, and we have an animal body, at least at a minimum. And so the more complex, the more intelligent the animal, the more diverse it is, or heterogeneous its expressions, its projections. And in aggregate, that is culture on one's environment. So wherever white people go, we make Western civilization. So that is a perfect example of, you take what's considered the lowest classes and also criminals and all of this sort of thing, which, by the way, we're taught, as you know, in the West, that if somebody is a criminal, non-white is a criminal, well, then it's always somebody else's fault. These people, when dropped on an island, built a glorious Western civilization, a government, a country functioning, and that is a true testament to the fact that it didn't matter where they were socioeconomically, and maybe perhaps relative to criminality, or the leanings there too. They ended up nonetheless having that expression, that same expression, as glorious as in Europe, the kings and the queens building a Western civilization there. That same biospirit was inside those folks, and they built our great country of Australia. And of course, yes, it has, like the rest of the West, been conquered by anti-whiteism, but it is what it is. Yeah, you can't take it away from us.
No, you can't. And, the places that seemingly are nice outside of Europe, at least for a little bit, they obviously, you look who was inhabiting there beforehand. I don't even call them Native Americans, because America wasn't even a country then. That may sound like a real, brutish kind of I'm from the South, and that's my opinion. But you know what I mean? It's like, that's what they would project on people like me to say.
Anybody, yes, exactly.
Yeah, but they were tribal. They were living in tribes. They hated each other. I think a lot of us know this history by now. But the brutal practices of people, who were not moral, objectively speaking. They literally wore their hearts on their sleeve, but physically, the Aztecs, they ripped out hearts, and they created canals, but they used them for blood instead of water on their temples. And the Spaniards go in there, right? And they're like, no, here's faith, here's order. We're going to impose some civilizational structure here. And then now, you get, Mexicans on the more native side of things, because it's a very, the ethnicities down in South and Central America are so jumbled. There's still a lot of European.
Yeah.
So you get the native side of people going, hey, you shouldn't have done that. We were perfect beforehand. We had an ancient alien civilization because aliens helped us build the pyramids. I learned that on 3 a.m. History Channel. Okay. So.
Oh, that's got to be true.
I know, right? And they use the music. And that's what they think. It's like, we have to destroy the statues of missionaries. Yeah. And we should build statues of Montezuma, right? He was a real peaceful guy, in the vein of great civil rights heroes like you mentioned, Rodney King and George Floyd, similar types, Yeah. So, it's just be brave when you talk about history. It's just good to push the narrative. Even when you say, hey, I'm not ashamed of what we did here as colonizers. That's enough. There's no need to get involved anymore. Just don't give in.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Don't give in. I do have you reminded me something about when you mentioned this down in Central South America, and them talking about, it was us and aliens that did this, that created all of these things. Meanwhile, of course, and we're not going to say, because the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. We know the anti-whites are always listening. If not them, their AI is. And but nonetheless, there are stories. They have a lot of stories throughout Central South America about these gods that had blue eyes and things like this. The American Indians, same thing, had stories about the giants that they came and killed that had blonde hair and blue eyes. It's very, very interesting. But those will be the stories that we don't really dive into, of course. But nonetheless, this is funny because this was on TV, and it'll never be seen again. I have it saved somewhere. I got to find it for you. I've got it saved somewhere. I've just recorded with my phone at the last minute. I was like, oh my God, I knew it was never going to be aired again. because it was one of these ancient alien shows. And it
Oh,
was
no.
this guy. Oh, yeah. It was this guy from like, where is he from? Maybe Switzerland or something like this. And he combs his hair like straight up in the air. Just a wild looking guy. And so they go down and they have these skulls, these like strange shaped skulls, like kind of like oval-esque. And they say, well, these are alien skulls. That's what they are. And so we're going to test the DNA. We're going to send the DNA to some top laboratory, and we're going to find out if there is DNA that they've never seen before. And I'm not kidding. Did anybody see this in the live chat? Did you see anybody here see this? Shauna Shaw, Mr. Cat Fookers. Great to see you, Cat Fookers. Ian, did anybody see this I'm talking about? Alcat? They sent the DNA off. And of course, they want to keep you watching the show all the way to the end. So they're waiting. They're waiting. They keep touching back in with the laboratory. Did he get back to us yet? And finally, at the end, the guy sits down. The guy with the hair I'm talking about. They sit down. Promethean Promulgation saw it. He says he sits down and they're on the phone. Well, it's not the phone. It's like maybe on Skype or something. They're talking, so you could see each other. And Patrick of Southtown saw it as well. So the guy says he's all excited. He's like, let's find out. I can't wait to hear what the DNA is. And the geneticist is all excited. And so that made the alien hunter even more excited. He's like, this is really amazing what you found here, because we've dated this skull. And so the date is extremely old, whatever date it was. Yeah. So back to the very beginning. It's Peru, I think, is where they found these. And he said, well, what is it? What are the findings? And he said, you're not going to believe this, but these are the genetics of Scotland.
Let's go. Scots for the win.
I think it was Scotland, wasn't it, guys? It wasn't Ireland. It was Scottish. And the alien hunter was, you could see, I mean, he was absolutely all the air.
His hair
went. Yeah, he was just like, oh my gosh, his boner was gone. He was so excited. He thought these wonderful, and these people, they're the non-white people in Central South America, wonderful folks. They built many wonderful baskets and other things. But aliens didn't arrive and then work with them to build glorious temples and everything like that. Apparently, Scottish folks did, at least according to this DNA. But I mean, no matter what the geneticist said, we have to ask CNN. So until we hear back from CNN on whether or not that's the truth, and it's not true.
Yeah. Well, maybe Netflix can make a show about it, and they can make the Scottish black, and everything works out well.
Oh, yes. That's a good point. They were black before they were white.
Yes.
Okay.
It was a mini ice age, right? And it kind of changed everything. Dude, I hate the alien stuff. It's a rape of history, really. It's like
great point.
Yeah, it's like aqueducts were made, and even like they were very hard to rediscover the art of them. Like I'm reading in my show right now about Eastern Rome, Belisarius. A big thing that historians like to say is Roman civilization, once it got soft and it fell away in 476 September 4th, but they don't realize it's like it survived until 1453 in Constantinople. Greek, yes, language, but I use the same logic to say it was still Roman. With if Washington D.C. fell, would we stop calling ourselves Americans? If our capital fell, would we stop calling ourselves Americans? Of course not. We don't view it that way. In fact, I think we might even be more American, So
yes.
The Eastern Romans were reconquesting. They were doing a reconquista of the barbarian Italy, the Goths. And the Goths did not know how to work the aqueducts. All they could, do was destroy them. They weren't civilized yet, really, according to, a grand civilizational, status, a grade. And so the Roman general filed down an aqueduct, and I read it in this book, your amazing book, and he filed an aqueduct so it could have an entrance big enough for his armored soldiers to sneak into the middle of the city through the aqueduct.
Really?
And outnumbered. This is the siege of I believe it was Naples in southern Italy. And Belisarius, he opened up this entrance into the aqueduct so his soldiers could break into the city, open the gates, and they massacred the entire barbarian garrison. Like that's brilliance right there. He's like, we'll use the aqueduct. We're not going to siege, So like that right there, most people say, no, Rome fell, it just disappeared, and then Europe was dark for 800 years, was chaos. There was just like madness. People were always dirty all the time, and they wore gray and black and brown clothes. Had bubonic plague everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I could get into that maybe on like a BitChute or Odyssey stream, but not on YouTube. There's some things that have been brought up. So
right, the
reason
ears
that's been
against
pushed.
your door as well.
Yeah, I'm. What can I say, man? It's basically, the same reason why Polish are called stupid. Is the same reason why the medieval ages is called dark. You just kind of put the correlations, you put the propaganda over those two things, and maybe we are a little bit. I don't know, man. I'm stronger than I'm smarter, so I don't know.
No. They're Copernicus. I mean, come on. I mean, they're brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely, and beautiful people, wonderful people. Very proud of them.
Composers.
Yes. I mean, really magnificent. You mentioned something, and we have what we refer to as a meme curative here. So these are concepts that turn back anti-whiteism, and it is Hollywood isn't history. And we've had people flyer that places. We've had people put it online. It's used everywhere, paired with the website address. But I wonder if you might talk to that for a moment, because you are doing real historical work and empowering our people, which is what is important. And you have anti-whites making these movies to portray historical events that are then consumed as though those events were real and that they happened the way these movie makers made them. So much so, brother, I got to tell you, it's crazy. I had not many, though. I'm proud. I'm happy about this. But a few people reached out to me who were most upset over me disliking The Northman because they wanted to believe an anti-white's ugly interpretation of our people. And so this is a bit of a sickness. I wonder if you might, this believing what happens in what Hollywood makes rather than actually investigating the history.
Yeah, I could talk about that, and a big thing we have to do with history now is, since it has been, politicized, we have to become apologists of our own history, which means defend, not apologizing. So you have to defend your own history.
Yes.
And, especially with movies, like I mentioned, Ridley Scott, movies that it may look authentic with the, forts and clothing and weapons, but they strip away the soul. They strip away the soul. They did the inverse with a movie that I actually like. It's not a historically correct movie. You've probably seen it before. It was in the early 2000s. You may not like it, but I think the battle scenes are done well. It's called The Last Samurai. And there's kind of a respect for the Asian culture there, even though it's not very accurate. There's this respect because it's not really white. It's kind of like this, like how white people love Bruce Lee, because he's kind of like this quasi-religious figure. That's how the Japanese are treated in this film. But it's a respect for their culture and their spirit in the movie, even though it's not historical. I would rather have a respect and authenticity of a spirit and the culture over even historical accuracy, because when you take away how they felt at a certain period, when you take away how people believed at a certain period, it's actually worse than having them wear polo shirts in the 8th century. It's actually worse.
Oh yeah,
because you're taking away their soul. You're taking away their soul, and it's just as bad as when the BBC puts on plays on Henry VI and all these Henry V plays, and like half of them are black or strong women of power, like York and Tudor are these kangs, are these powerful she bosses,
Oh my God.
Yes, so it's let me just say, when they put too many strong women in these plays, it literally becomes a period piece. Now that I don't want to be too gross, but it literally becomes a period piece.
God.
They do this. They take away the soul, even though they say, "Oh, it's so historically correct." They look shredded and all those things. It's they take away its soul,
right?
And I'm not gonna lie, like the Norsemen, they were scary to Europeans. They were scary. There was, in the Litany of the Saints, which is a Catholic prayer, there was a verse in that litany in the 8th and 9th and 10th centuries that said, "From the fury of the Northmen, deliver us, O Lord." So it shows you how scary they were. Yeah. But they actually weren't dirty, like you mentioned. I watched a review on that, and I liked the movie, and I'm trying to make myself dislike it because I understand the bad anti-white narrative in it. but I've just been so like I've seen nothing masculine in so long. I'm a young guy, and it's like I don't get to see anything masculine anymore unless it comes from Black Panther or
Oh boy.
some Spike Lee ripoff, some I don't know, whatever. So I'm trying to wrap my mind around it, but like they washed themselves, they were clean, they weren't always just like hunched over like animals and farting and burping and pooping. It's like
no, you thank you so much actually for saying that, because you just spoke a ton of truth that folks would hide from everyone they know for as long as they could, and that is that you said that you're hungering for something manly. You're hungering for and that's one of the reasons I think that like Lord of the Rings, even though it's fantasy, I mean just epic, and actually going through because of a friend recommending the Silmarillion.
Yes, best book in the whole thing.
Yeah. There's some slow parts, folks. So if
True.
you get worried about the slow parts, but I mean, that masculinity. So there's, as you're identifying the part that you're hungering for, that's completely different than adopting wholesale this anti-white interpretation of what our people were like. I mean, it's just an ugly thing that they're never going to give us something that makes us happy and proud. And, I mean, we wouldn't for them either. Trust me. If I could make movies in, I don't know, a little country in the Middle East, I would never make them. I would give them what they don't want. I mean, I would just give them what they don't want. And that's what they're doing here for us. It's nothing but what we don't want, what makes us sick. I just had a thought too while you were talking there, and it's an interesting sort of vision. If we have, like you're doing this work here, this extremely important work, and others come to this, I could see, we end up with narratives in a, based in more of a like historical accuracy. People write narratives. We could end up with dramatic readings of, granted a fictionalized tale inside of an accurately portrayed piece of history that is as enrapturing as all of the, even more so, as all of the old radio programs as they used to be. And I don't think it's like off the table right away to appeal to people this way just because there is increasing CGI in the movie theater and et cetera, because what we're seeing there is so just oppressive, repressive, defamatory, whereas our imaginations are wonderful tools and are inside of our own head. I mean, everybody's looking for, where's the helmet so I can have the virtual reality. It's already in this forward part of the white man and woman's brain. And if you speak these words of incantation in a dramatic reading, I could see people studying acting and being able to do this and deliver these things in a powerful way. That could end up being our entertainment. What do you think about that?
I think it's very possible. We need artistic people. Not only do we need like people that just like, do very good things like, community living and more of a regionalism, a localism, stuff that helps out, those sort of things like carpentry and woodworking and plumbing. Right. You need people that can be artsmen, too, like people of the arts, because entertainment's always going to be around. There's always going to be subliminal messaging, and it could be good. It honestly could be good. We just associate that with negativity because it has been for so long.
Right.
So we need good, with like in Ireland, they call them singing men. We need good singing men. And so, like I like a lot of the directors and filmmakers that I like. If you recognize, they are people that are scions of great, European lineage or Christian lineage. Like for the most part, Christopher Nolan, outside of his latest film, which was trash, had really good movies, in my opinion. Like Dunkirk, for me, made me feel proud. Yeah, it belongs to an era in history which has been heavily, lots of propaganda around it. But it made me feel like there was nothing like, oh, he's just thumbing that in there just to stick it to me. Like that was a good film. You got Peter Jackson when making Lord of the Rings. He said, "Yeah, I am going to follow this through to the vision of Tolkien, not with our politics, not with our." And he's probably a liberal, but he's saying, we're going to do it according to his vision because we love him. And that's, I like that. And, there's great people doing, for instance, on the Third Crusade, a good Christian studio with a medium budget making an accurate depiction of the Third Crusade. Now, like, where are you going to get that in Hollywood these days? You know, you're going to see them as like rapists. They hate every religion. You know, they're going around with axes and they're like murdering. And the only good people are like oh, you know, I just love everyone and we should all get along. Those are the only good types in those movies.
Yes.
But they're making something, which I'm excited to see. And I don't remember the studio right now, but perhaps I can share it with some of you guys later. But they're doing stuff like that, and they know it's low budget, but they're putting in the effort to make it accurate and to make it exciting. And guys, get involved with, you know, book writing, especially. We need people like actors again. We're not taking over Hollywood anytime soon, but take inspiration from people like those that are doing these crusade shows that are really trying to make it accurate according to the times, not like Vikings, Amazon, where they're all edgy punk rockers with leather. They're like, oh, I don't like my dad, and you know, you know what that show does? It doesn't depict the Northmen accurately, and it doesn't depict the Christians accurately. It's just like everyone's kind of like this like hypocritical gray zone character because that's what people want. They want to be patted on the back and say, yeah, you know, thank you for we thank you for your service towards the New World Order, and you know they like to watch people like them. Yeah, it's just you can make good content. You know, just take inspiration.
Without question. I'm just I'm happy to hear you say what exactly you were looking for and missing, and then, you know, finding that and being able to take that away without taking away all that's damaging for us, because that is so insidious. You walk away from something like that consciously, you think, oh, I can really, I guess, sever this from how I really view the world. But ultimately you end up, if you're going to, like these folks that contacted me, take pride in the whole thing, you're not going to come away from that well. I mean, you can't, these people were not, like, their criticisms of what I had said they weren't actually addressing any of the arguments, you know, saying something like, they didn't all have to be like donned in gems and, you know, ivory, Chris Elephantin from top to bottom and robes and all of this sort of business. No, but we also didn't act purely as cynically, you know, murdering and raping on the spur of the moment as unthinking animals. That was just not taking place. But, you know, to get into the weeds a little bit,
of course,
I want to ask about when you're going through history, you're doing one of your reads, you're preparing to share some material. How do you handle the inevitable? If you have competing powers, they always, I mean, ultimately it's war propaganda when they're talking about each other. There might be some honesty in there, some honest takes, but you're going to have a lot of war propaganda. And how do you handle that? How do you notice it? How do you identify it?
Well, especially in modern times, I definitely pick up more of the propaganda, although it's been happening really since the dawn of times. Like, we don't have any Persian accounts of the Battle of Thermopylae or Plataea. We have Herodotus, a playwright and a Greek historian. But the thing about as we get more and more closer to the modern era, and we start to see, especially in the Enlightenment, what many would call the flowering of a terrible weed rather than a beautiful flower. You start to see like this narrative, a hatred of the past, right? Anyone that belongs to the past, whether it's a European heritage or Christian, Protestant, Catholic, whatever, if that heritage in that person's country, if it belongs to the past, is generally hated by those who think in a new philosophy, or perhaps belongs to a people who have, you know, grudges against traditional values, or against the really the successors of their states. They find themselves hating the people that they live with, or they hate their values. And so they say, hey, since the world says freedom, liberty, fraternity, equality, free speech, free this, free that, I'm going to make things that hate the people I hate. And the way I do that is by calling the traditional really talking or delivery mechanisms of the past, calling them bigoted, calling them narrow-minded, and saying, hey, they weren't telling the full history. So then people that are listening to the worldviews of the new speakers and their anti-white, you know, anti-religious tones, they will say, hey, these people are actually right because we've been living so long in this collective, this religious collective with, you know, these men in robes watching over us. We have to go with the new people. They're enlightening. They're talking about both sides. Everyone wants to hear both sides.
Right.
So going back to, you know, with that in mind, keep that in mind. Keep in mind that we have so much, really like a takeover of history because you have new philosophies that hate the past.
Right.
The more you read new history, I recommend always looking into the past of a historian, looking into their worldview and their beliefs, and looking into what sources they cite. So, for instance, with this book here, Lost to the West by Lars Brownsworth, he's not particularly lovey-dovey on you know, the Catholic faith or religiosity because he's a modernist, he's a liberal, but he doesn't take swipes at it unnecessarily. And so I looked at his sources, and he cites Procopius, historian at the time of many different events in 6th century Eastern Rome, and he cites other good sources. He doesn't cite, you know, these new historians, revisionists.
Right.
He doesn't cite anyone from the 70s and 80s that we've grown to become accustomed with in public schools. So, you know, you got to do a little work. Don't just walk into there blindly. You know, people like us, you know, we wouldn't just say, hey, you know, there's an educational story on the Civil War happening in a movie screen. And we all know what Civil War movies are like nowadays. They're basically anti-white movies.
Yeah.
We're going to be very protective of our soul and very protective of our intellect when we go in there. But when you're reading a book, it's much different because we picture books to be, collegiate professors with sunglasses, and they always have that wavy hair, and they're really like artsy. We don't expect that there. So with books, how I am able to tell is get a lot of books, and you kind of have to find correlation. You're a little bit of a detective when it comes to history.
Yeah.
You have to correlate the truth as I see it. And I know we live in a very, very fractured world. Even us on the right are fractured when it comes to religion and race and all these things. Mm-hmm. So for me, when I see an overly ham-fisted attempt at swiping like Catholics or swiping Europeans in general, it's a red flag. Tick, tick, you know, little red flag.
Yeah.
And even when I see stuff that like, I know there is propaganda coming from old stereotypes as well, old, countries and religions, but it's less. It's even less at that point because they didn't even hate their enemies. They wanted to convert them. They wanted to love them. They just wanted to make them see the light. Nowadays, it's like they don't want us to see the light. They want to, like, in my opinion, make us dumb, drive us into the hinterlands, make us go, perhaps off the way of the dodo. So they're not trying to convert us is what I'm getting at. They have no love in their hearts towards our history. So where you find love and really understanding towards past ideas, you'll see more of a truthful take on history. But when you see like this, they were basically the precursors of Hitler incarnate and all these Franco people, get a red flag. So, get a red flag popping up, and perhaps you can, start. Okay, I'm gonna put this zone here as enemy territory, and I'm gonna read books that are older. Perhaps I know their backgrounds, and they're not these, again, ham-fisted bigots who hate our past, hate our religion, our race, and cultures. That helps. Be a little bit of a detective. It's hard work, but I'll try to put like book sources that you guys can read. Perhaps if you guys want to DM me at Gab or something, I'm all about having tons of books and firsthand accounts as well. So, yeah, hopefully I wasn't too convoluted. I just go off, man.
No, that was perfect,
So-
man. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear, actually. The signs of being ham-fisted, the signs of it being war propaganda, especially when it's between our brothers and sisters, when it's one country, state, king, whatever it might be, empire. When we wage conflict against each other, I always try to find the best in both sides, because I'm gonna happily take the glory of both sides as my heritage. And very often, and that's not to say that people don't do, especially in times of conflict, most objectionable things, but it is to say that a lot of objectionable things that are repeated were part of war propaganda so that they could rile a population up to get them to go and kill people that they saw their brothers and sisters in. I mean, that was
Belgium war crimes in World War I were, blown out of. I mean, anti-Belgian war crimes in World War I were blown out of proportion. In my opinion, at least, to make traditional allies of Germany, the English, fight with the French, their traditional enemy.
Right.
But there's beauty to both sides. Like 100 Years' War, for instance, is a classic example of finding good or finding truth or finding relatability in anything. Because I'm an English speaker. My family's Polish, but they go back to Canada. They have a love of the British Empire, for good or for ill. And so I like England, and I realize that I'm also a nationalist as well, and I'm a Catholic. So it's like both nations are Catholic. France should have the right to its own borders, but France wasn't even a thing back then. You got to understand that. There was Gascony, Aquitaine, Burgundy. And since kings have lands in another area across a channel, you literally can have a king ruling in England that has so-called French-speaking lands as well. So there's really no black and white, no really villains in this war. It's just competing sides of they both believe what they're doing is right 100%. And so it makes for not just good history, but good drama as well. And screw you, Ridley Scott, for messing up your 100 Years' War movie, The Last Duel. He made everyone look like some gray, amoral bastard. So,
yeah, thank God that you're doing this, that you have your channel, that you're making this content when you can. It's going to empower a lot of people. I'm really happy about that. We got about, I guess, maybe 10 more minutes with you, if you don't mind. Is there anything else you wanted to cover about education?
Oh, yeah. Basically, we'd probably both agree on this, but I think public schools absolutely are going the way of the dodo. They're done. Don't send your kids to public schools. There's no excuses. They're your biggest investment. Your kids are. And I was lucky to be homeschooled up until high school, and then I went to a private Catholic school, so I learned how to socialize with other youth, which is good. Don't forget that, homeschool parents. So you got to socialize, but whether it's a private school or Christian school or homeschool, it's by and large, you're getting so much better of an education than you would at public. Honestly, it's so anti-white. It's just against every single religious and natural law and order there too. And, Stalin said, like every boomer in the 50s would say, when you get a child at 3 years old or before he's 3, he's yours forever. That's true. It's not just a meme. It's not just a boomerism. It's true. You get a child before they're 3 or around, when they're 3 with kindergarten and preschool, they're yours forever. So I don't like abandoning, I would never abandon my kids or my nephews or my cousins to, home, care centers or child centers. They're yours. Big investment. Educate them at home. And then, send them to a good school that you trust. And teachers, man, that's a different story because we know a lot of them are boring no matter what school they are in. So, that's why I teach. History. So,
well, that's we perfectly are in line there. I feel the exact same way, and I get so many messages from mothers and fathers whose children of all different institutions. So you got to be careful, folks, where you stick your kid. If you don't have them at home and educating them, it can be the most expensive religious school. So I've had people send me info from the most expensive Catholic schools, the most expensive private schools, Christian schools, and you're going to see the same exact in some of these institutions, even worse than they'll be getting in public. So public schools. So you got to make sure you're looking at their material.
Mm-hmm. Make sure it's true blue, authentic.
Yes, exactly. Make sure you're ahead of the anti-white garbage that they're trying to feed your children. And there are a lot of parents who are going free who are doing that with their children. And so their kids come home, they listen to the advice, and they come home and they look at their parents like their parents are gods because, my gosh, everything you said they would say, they did say. And so then you've confirmed for the children that these folks are anti-white, that the world is afflicted with this anti-white ideology, rather than having your kids come home thinking, oh, the parents are something wrong with them. They're out of the norm because they don't think like these adults at the school are teaching. So the parents are the wrong. That's why you end up with all of these broken families. Driving the kids against the families. I mean, and that has to do with, I know you wanted to maybe talk about some politics as well. And I want to give you the opportunity for that and where those two things intersect. But, politically speaking, these institutions, certainly the public ones, have been totally lost.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Abandon them. And ultimately the education starts at home and it really ends at home. Like I'm a traditional Catholic, and so I get parents or just fellow friends that talk to me and say, hey, my kids abandoned, they're anti-religious, they're anti-white, they hate everything that we did. What happened? And I say, hey, so did you educate them at home about the faith, about love of your people at home? And they said, no, I thought the school would do that. Never rely on any school to educate your kid according to the proper precepts in which you want them to believe in. Never. And it's just because schools, honestly, are not the parents. No matter how good they are, they're not the parents.
Precisely.
They're there just to give them kind of a, hey, okay, kiddo, stand up on your own 2 feet now. You're ready to go in the world. I would debate that because they're still telling kids how to write checks rather than pay their own taxes or buy real estate, all these things. So I educate them at home. Make sure that and that's not just about books. That's not just about, oh, hey, son, sit on my knee, let's read the Bible together. No, it's about making sure, in my opinion, don't let them watch cable television.
Oh, yeah.
There's great movies of the past and cartoons for kids. Heck, I watched the old Davy Crockett with Fess Parker and Buddy Ebsen as a kid. The River Pirates, all of this stuff. Love that stuff. And that's classic American entertainment. There's no propaganda in there that I notice even to this day. So, they can watch fun, awesome things. It's not about being a Puritan, or being an Amish. I like the Amish for some things, but I'm using that as a hyperbole. It's really just about being tasteful, being careful. When you have kids, it's not just supposed to be like haphazard. Okay, this is just like for my own personal vainglory. It's like you want him to be richer than you, more intelligent, so then he can have another generation of more intelligent and richer people. Like the Cathedral of Notre Dame. It took 130 years to build, I believe. And each generation of an architect or a stained glass maker or any of these people, they got smarter. The son was always smarter than the father.
Yeah.
And the father was happy with that. He was happy that he could provide him a better education, all of this. So no intergenerational hatred when it comes to parents and sons and daughters. Yeah. It should be a really two-way street. Respect and education, firm but fair. And you treat your kids jealously. You guard over them, because it's kind of funny. This is kind of a kind of like a cruder joke, but it gets the point across. It's like, children are like farts. You love your own, but you hate others. It's kind of crude. I'm a Zoomer. I got Zoomer humor. Okay.
Okay.
And but basically, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's basically no one else is going to love your own children but you. Okay?
Right.
And you can't love any other person's children more than yours. And that's right. And children, basically your people, your nation, your group is on large, basically like your children, like your cousins, like your nephews. Yeah. So it's logical, guys. Just protect your children at home. Don't let anything invade, whether it's a TV or internet or something. We know how things work now. Don't make the same mistakes anyone else did.
Yes, absolutely. And I know I'm going to pass it back to you in a minute. I know you might have had some things you wanted to ask me while we were together here today.
Yeah.
And of course, we can have many more conversations. This has been fantastic, and the community loves you. I'm very happy with the work that you're doing. But another tip I'll give to parents, I've given many times. So if you're listening to this, you're a parent and you're thinking, this all sounds good. I'm going to do this for my kids. I'm going to keep them away from these things. And then you're going to run into the stumbling block of, but what do I do if the new movie of some old movie is being made, and now it's rabidly anti-white, or the new board game of the old board games being made again, or the new story of the old story being rewritten again, and now it's 100 times more anti-white than anything that was found in an earlier time. You can say to your children, I'm not giving you, whatever you do, don't say, this is the old version. No, you say, this is the real version. You're going to get to see the real version of this. Let everybody else go watch this new fake thing. I'm going to give you the real thing, the authentic thing. If you're going to give them anything at all when it comes to the entertainment, and just remember that you have to prepare them. But a lot of wise words here out of this young man. Think about how many folks out there you run across who can be old as Methuselah, and they have no wisdom whatsoever. You got to be listening to the right people. It's got to be positive. You got to have love in your heart, and that's what we do here, brother. We talk about love, hope, and redemption with Going Free. So if I don't know if you had anything else you want to ask about politics or add about politics or education, or if you had anything specifically for me, at least in short, before we separate for this evening and then get together again in the future. But I'm happy to answer, because there's almost assuredly we have new people showing up all the time.
Yeah.
And almost assuredly people who are saying, what is this whole Going Free thing? Or what does Jason think about immigration, or whatever it might be?
Mm-hmm. Well, first things first, before I forget, because I'd like to share your platform with mine, is could I, reshare this on my channel as well?
Absolutely.
With links to your
Yep.
show? Okay,
Yep.
good,
100%.
because I like cross-pollination. I think it's great.
Yeah,
so
do I.
But yeah, so you're on BitChute and Odyssey too, right?
Yeah, I'm just about everywhere.
Everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming to, I think, 10 different platforms right now.
Okay, because I just want to just put this out there. I'm no talking head for my movement. I'm no talking head. I'm just a guy who does a history show on YouTube. But there is a site now that's being established. It's by my leader. It's by the leader of my movement, America First.
Oh,
and you may have heard of it, cozy.tv.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I just watched the debate on Cozy. Last Carson was debating. He started off doing a magnificent job.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. There's a lot of young Zoomers with energy on there too. But it's growing in not just it's not just strictly people that are AF, but there's other people as well that are coming that are perhaps just want a new home, that want to spread their message. So think about it, ruminate on it, because I don't know. I don't make the rules. I don't say who goes on or what, but I think it could work as a home if you ever want to think about it. If you ever want to stream from it, you should get in contact with those people, because I'm not an interlocutor. I'm not transferring a message. It's just I
appreciate that very much. I would
spread the wealth.
I would be happy with that. Yeah, I appreciate that very much.
Okay, good, because I'm happy to resubscribe, because I've lost like 3 YouTube channels, and I just resubscribed to you today. And I used to follow you on my old one, and I got banned for going way, way off. I was just like 15, and I was talking about terrible things, historical things, but I was going way off the loop. But I want to see a lot of the old people I used to watch, like even a lot of the Anglo guys. The Anglo guys are the ones that red pilled me, because there was no one in America I could watch. Dennis Prager, Fireside Chats. Give me a break,
Right.
I listened to that guy, and I was like, oh my goodness, So I want some of these guys to come back, and to make a stage, a center stage, because man, you're on YouTube. I've seen you do a very careful navigation through minefields, almost,
Yes.
But it's like those old 40s movies, where the guys are going through the minefields and the tense music is playing. It's probably like you every show, Is this gonna be my last?
It's so true.
But dude, I think the days are numbered, even for the last ones, like Morgoth reviews. I don't know how he's still on here as well.
Right.
It's just dude, man, it's like YouTube, it's a wasteland. So it's like I want everyone to we may not all agree on everything, obviously. We're not all automatons, but have a place where we can at least be free to say what we want,
Yeah.
But that's just what I had to say about you. Thank you for still being on here, dude. It's refreshing to see you rather than a Jordan Peterson recommendation in my YouTube all the time.
Well.
It's always the same speech too,
Yeah, exactly.
I was watching Morgoth, and right after Morgoth comes Jordan Peterson, 40 million views, where he talks about just make your bed and clean your room. So I'm just happy, man. I'm happy to always be talking with people that make me laugh and kind of bring open a spark of conversation. Let me ask you a question. I got a question for you. I just remembered it now. Meant to ask it earlier. Is what is your favorite era of history, and why? Because I would like to return a favor, perhaps by doing a show that you might like to hear.
Well, favorite era of history. That's going to be tough. What would I want to hear that would be most interesting? for me that I would find really intriguing, maybe that period that immediately followed Thermopylae. The Persians came into Greece, and the Athens, the others came together to fight off the Persians. And I don't recall exactly how long the Persians were in Greece at that time, but it was quite a challenge immediately following Thermopylae. That was a very exciting period.
It was. And, the Greeks could have done something like the Romans had they been more centrally organized and not so hung up on this direct democracy business, which I'm not a big fan of.
Right.
That is epic. The movie 300 is definitely not historical. It's a fantasy movie, but it captures the machismo, or the whatever, how you pronounce that sometimes, machismo.
That's right.
And it's it's not an anti-white film in my opinion, even though it's fantasy history. It's not historical. Don't watch it for accuracy, but and that's what probably made me love that too, was seeing that, and then I got into it. You should read, if you're interested, Herodotus, a Greek guy.
Okay.
His translations really cinematic, and he's kind of a meme lord. Herodotus, he'll describe the Persians in these really he trash talks them. He trash talks Persians, even other Greeks. He's really funny. So if you like history like that, do Herodotus, and basically that's the only material we have on the time. So whether it's accurate or not. So, but yeah, that's great stuff.
Oh my gosh, yeah, everything. King Leonidas, Themistocles, I think his name was, in the Navy. There, I mean, they were just totally outnumbered there as well. But it feels good, I think, for us, because we can look at a time when it's trite to say, but it's so true. Men were men, and women shut up when they had to shut up. We did what we, and you talk about, they captured the spirit. I mean, the queen, said to her husband, with your shield or on it, when they left. It was such a, but not just a mask. I mean, we got to really recognize this was we talk about Western kind and Westmen, to be as universal terms for our people. Mm-hmm. And it was such a Westman thing to do. I mean, maybe this happens in the histories of other races, but I really couldn't care less. I'm just very proud of my people, and it's something that is this drive for glory, heading off into these seemingly insurmountable odds and winning, because that's where we are today. We're seemingly up against insurmountable odds, and we are invoking with these incantations of our words, our writings, our shows, our content we create, whatever it might be. We are awakening the spirit that's inside of us that is requisite to reclaim our destiny. If we don't get to the point where we cast the right spell that will form a barrier of 300 men, metaphorically speaking, if we don't get to that point, there'll be no recapture of the destiny. Mm-hmm. So it's a really glorious period, those moments there. And there are so many, though, that are good, but I'm really interested.
Yeah, if you like Spartan, dude, I don't know, your last name sounds German. It sounds, I would be right? You probably know about the Prussians then, right? The Prussians, they're like the Spartan, the scion of Sparta, philosophically and according, of course, militarily. Yeah. And I want to cover them so badly because.
Well, then do that then, because then we can align there. If you want to cover them, I would be totally elated by that.
Yeah, because they're always fighting everyone, right? They're a small little, not very good geographically wise of defenses in the late 1700s with Frederick the second, really a warrior poet, philosopher king. Yeah. So I mean, there's so much, man. There's so much. And one more thing too, if you guys do want to watch my history show, it is very I try to keep it comedic and lighthearted. So if I say things that may I do Polish jokes, and I'm Polish. So if I say things that tend to are a joke against an ethnicity, it's all in good nature. It's all in good fun. It's but I always go back to the point. It's just to keep a lot of my audience happy and to keep them laughing, even though we're talking about really things that should be, with many teachers, dry and dusty, and so that's that.
Right. Well, brother, this has been a fantastic conversation. We're going to have you back soon as can be. Also, I think it'd be great to have you over on my show, Tap, the After Party with Mr. Jared George. Since you would be your first time on Tap, we do here on my channel as well, all the platforms I stream to. I'd like to know, and since it would be your first time on, more about your beginnings, how you came. And that's normally what we do with people when they are first appearing, how they get like, don't answer it now, modern monarchist as the name. And don't answer it now. We'll get people thirsty for these things. Like, how did you get desirous of building platforms? And don't answer it now, but where you saw the strength in being homeschooled. There are a lot of topics, there are a lot of rich soil that I know folks are going to want to know the answers to. Because you were very humble there about you and your contribution and position, but clearly you are one of the brightest in the America first, and you're doing some of the most powerful work. I mean, there's a lot of guys doing great work, but you are empowering potentially a whole nother age, everybody your age, folks older, and generations to come with this information. And that, my friend, is a lot of power. So let us know if you could, all the platforms you're on, so orally, folks could find you. And I already saw some had been following you while we've been live, and your final thoughts, and then we'll let you go for the evening.
Yeah, so you guys can follow me, obviously, YouTube at The Modern Monarchist, Telegram, The Modern Monarchist, one of the most biggest follower, Gab. I'm not on it too often because I've been trying to break my way into Twitter, but Gab at The Modern Monarchist. What else? Instagram. I'm even on Instagram. I've been deleted like 10 times, but it's great for like, I just put a lot of my clips on the show there, memes, funny stuff. I'm there at The Modern Monarchist, and I will vet you if you guys want to enter my Discord, where we do more things than just politics or history. We do we do historical gaming only, by the way. It's kind of funny. It's kind of like autistic. It's like only historical games. So that's what I do there for fun, like on the weekends if I have a chance. And that's basically it for my own shilling. I don't want to shill too long, right? So I'll do likewise with your show. But yeah, this I do recognize, like, God has given me a talent here. He's given me some sort of brilliance when it comes to talking about history. I used to be so shy with the camera, so it's getting easier. But yeah, I'm happy to belong to my movement, because we do have like leaders of great fortitude. Like Nick and like Vince James. These guys give me fortitude. Otherwise, I would have been like just a brain of ice rather than a heart of fire. They gave me a heart of fire, so. Find a good North Star, like I found mine, and they'll give you that. You'll prefer the errors of dynamism over a religion of lethargy. So that's what's good to have. That's what's good to have. I found it, man. So it's just you got to match a little bit of fortitude, and I thank all my my what do you call them? My mountaintops, the people I look up to. So yeah. I'm happy to be doing this because I believe in my faith and my people so strongly. So yeah,
brilliant.
That's basically it. I don't want to go on too long and ramble.
That was brilliant, brother. Perfect. We're ending with some magnificent quips there at the end, and we have Mr. Bloom here in the live chat saluting you with a 07. Let's get some 07s. For the Modern Monarchist. Thank you so much.
07, Bloom. Thanks for connecting us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Bloom. And we'll let you go, brother, but we will be right back after this little break.
All right. I'll keep watching, man. Right on.
Cool. Bye-bye. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them. And that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? The sun has set here abruptly in Virginia, right outside Washington, D.C. You can obviously see that through the magic window. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis together for the modern monarchist, Mr. Bloom, and now that I'm thinking about it, the great Groundhog Fury, who has perfected the window here on the magic window. We can thank that it looks so beautiful is the work of Groundhog Fury, a true champion. Great to see you all. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying, and we're going to keep rolling. It was a wonderful conversation with an up-and-coming star. And we'll see what you all have to say, and we'll see if there are any financial gifts. And the modern monarchist said he's going to remain. And so if you have questions for him, I believe he'll be in the live chat. We have our one and only, very most reliable young lady. I love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. God bless you, sister. We deeply appreciate that. And you are as true as the seasons. Thank you very much. And that's over there on Cash App, folks. The URL for it is in the description, rather. Step on over to Entropy. We're going to be getting in just a moment into the Going Free lesson of the day. And we are going to do a little bit of a reading from Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory, which is my nonfiction that you can find at my NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com and also on Amazon. Okay, we are blank on Odyssey. And over here on Entropy, we have the great Mr. Bloom himself. Financially gifting $10. God bless you, brother, and thank you. It was a fantastic conversation, wasn't it? We had a great time, and I can foresee that there are going to be many more conversations and a lot of productivity. sort of this pollinization, this cross-pollinization is really powerful, particularly in light of the fact that the anti-whites ended a lot of connectivity, I guess we could say, following a certain event in Virginia. And as a consequence, we are really disparate now, and not too much. I mean, really almost ghettoized. Not too much talking to folks that are in relatively a different circle. So this is a powerful thing, and thank you very much for that. $10 financial gift. He writes here, what a fantastic guest. I agree. He continues to write here, I knew he loved history, but wow, I'm older than this gentleman, and I want him to be my teacher. God bless you both, and I look forward to more guests like this. Happily. That was fantastic. And yeah, somebody can specialize in something. It doesn't matter what your age is. You can learn something. One of the things that have really benefited me over the course of my life is having the humility to realize that no matter how much I learn, and in fact, quite honestly, the more I reflect on intelligence and education, the more I realize that it's impossible to know much more than a fraction or to perceive. It's one of the reasons why I get so many different points of view. But I've been able to because of this, meet people and always take something away that they knew and I didn't. So God bless you. $10 financial gift, Mr. Bloom. The great Rory the Gentleman Herbert, financially gifting $5. Hello, good sir. I have not had an opportunity to see the photographs that you sent me yet. I think that's what they are in the DM. But he writes here, Mark Collett announced this evening that Channel 4 in the UK will be broadcasting a 30-minute documentary on patriotic alternative at 8:30 p.m. And then GMT and 3 EST Eastern on Monday, the 9th of May. I'm sure it won't be complimentary, but definitely a date for your diary. That's $5 financial gift. Thank you. And thank you very much for that information. A documentary, I think a hit piece is what these anti-whites are planning. There's going to be a whole bunch of, let's dig through their pasts and let's find the most ugly, unrelatable thing to tell folks about them. And in the current pieces of the party, or they want to be a party, but patriotic alternative, and the current aspects of it that they can say, this is XYZ, and liken it to something. I'll want to watch that. I want to see how they try to burn down. I imagine it's going to be the relative ways, the normal ways, the expected ways. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Let me jump on over to here. I haven't had an opportunity. I really apologize if your comments scrolled off the screen on YouTube. I know there were a bunch of people who had tagged me. Please tag me again with those comments, or jump over to Entropy where they don't scroll off. Or maybe Odyssey, they're moving a little slower, and of course on DLive as well. I'm not looking at the chat on Rumble, for example. I'll be able to in the future, and I appreciate everybody being patient with some of the glitches. We actually had a whole group of tabs fail, and just before bringing on our wonderful guest, the modern monarchist, donning armor one of Western kind, Nancy Drew. Crystal is a quasar. Hello to you all. Great to see you. Lockie is with us from down under. Austin 316. The mouse is the cat here as well. That was a dad joke. You have to give me a break there. I'm old. Let's see. Klondike. Franklin is with us. Great to see you, brother. And who else? Pants is with us. Great to see you, brother. Mr. Bloom says, brother, I could listen to Modern Monarchist all day. Yeah, I mean, he's a really bright guy. And if you watch his videos, and I recommend it, folks, do sub to him. You watch his videos, it's entertaining. It won't be like your typical history teacher. That was garbage. Tomb of Arminius is here. Great to see you. Once again, I'll ask of you all, if you haven't already, or if you would like to again, share the URL with your circles of influence. We'll be here till 9, which is a little over an hour Eastern time. Art Acrobats is with us. Vexed, hello. Belker, wonderful to have you all here today. All right, thank you all for these salutes. The 07 looks like it reminds me of a midget. I think it's supposed to be the head of somebody, but 07 looks like a whole body. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? It's like a midget. Mark is here. Who else do we have? And we're going to get right into this Go Free Lesson of the Day. We're going to zip through these. We want to make sure we have some time for some phone calls. Alex says, thinking that they are going to be an alternative to the anti-whites who are called left. Uh-oh. What did I miss? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, I leave. Modern Monarchist is asking, do I leave my replays up? Yes. I almost never take anything down. The only time things come down, not the only time, most of the time, if something comes down, it is because the anti-whites have decided that something, is the issue of the day, and they're going to be punishing people for it. And I recall that that's in the video. And you know how the anti-whites are. It doesn't matter that it happened in the past. That's why you can never, if you're a white person, you can never be anti-white enough. So Alex is saying, and they end up getting fed the same anti-white poison under a different name. Peterson, in every video where he addresses anti-whiteism, which he calls leftism, wokeism, ends up promoting the same anti-white narrative and conclusions. Yes, he does. Exactly right. So he's not, in that sense, he's absolutely Kermit's son. It always comes down to white people uniquely discriminate and dislike others. There is inequality, and non-whites are victims and are in an eternal vulnerable state. It is despicable. It really is despicable. And because it's undermining the white race. If he thinks he's going to have a place to speak as we continue to be white erased from our own civilization, he's got another thing coming. If he thinks he'll be allowed, or his descendants will be allowed, maybe he himself will be allowed to keep his wealth and house and cars. If he thinks that's going to happen, well, he better think again. It can only happen in a country that we maintain, because what the anti-whites are building is going to take everything away. Alex says, I would just love to see you metaphorically tearing Peterson a new one, like that Josh Hawley one you did sometime back, which was hilarious. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do a roast of Peterson. First Last is with us. Great to see you, good brother. Another one of our epic genius musicians. It's truly amazing how many wonderful musical genius, and that's not hyperbole. I'm not kidding. I'm not saying that just to be nice. Those are a genuine assessment. All right. Reach out and tag me again if you have anything else to say. But until then, we're going to jump on over to here, and we are going to have a look at the Going Free lesson of the day. Move a couple of these notes aside. External threats. This is really important. This is second edition, iteration 2, Go Free, page 57. This is a really important page relative to the stories that we were reading at the beginning of the gathering. And I'll just jump right into it. These anti-white tactics to prove the anti-white narrative cause our people to question our own observations of white and non-white crime. So we saw in these mainstream news media, we saw there this endeavor to prove the anti-white narrative. And so let me just continue. This proof causes our people to feel compassion, compassion and sympathy for non-white criminals, to feel white guilt for a non-white criminal's choice to victimize the innocent. We are crippled with an anti-white vocabulary and perspective that undermine our efforts to champion white well-being. We are inundated with authorities. We're hearing from authorities today. And what I was reading, could you imagine? Could you imagine these absolute loons? I mean, you would not have them as a stool groomer, much less to be an authority on what you should think about what's going on in the world. And experts who chastise us, especially white sympathetic Westmen, as immoral. And as regime media control the framing of all events and the facts of events, the regime also builds fear in our people. This fear causes many Westmen to police their own thoughts and behaviors so as not to be targeted and victimized by anti-whites. And then here I write, in recent years, a number of factors have eroded the absolute control the regime media once held over framing events to conform to the anti-white narrative. In response, anti-whites are resorting to censorship, building the faux alternative news sources. This ties in perfectly to what we were talking about with all of this censorship we were covering, this ministry of truth, this new binding or so-called, I guess, non-binding obligation for the United States and all the 59 other countries that have signed on. Because of what? The peer-to-peer communication. That is what they need to put an end to. That's as important as controlling the media. That's why they give it so much of their attention. They don't want you all talking to each other and then finding out that they are selling you a crock of poisonous shit. So they frame, and this is the other element of it, as they frame, and this is what I argued for so many years, as they frame events, fictionalizing things and then selling it as fact, and deleting things that undermine the anti-white narrative, that make the story such that it is problematic for the anti-white narrative and anti-whites to carry out the victimization of Western kind. As they do this, what I've argued is you don't try to just contradict what they're doing there. No, you're not only going to have a moment with some people in their whole life. So you've got to be able to, in that moment, reach them with what's going to be effective. When you use the concepts that we teach in Go Free, you empower your audience, one or more folks, in a way that enables them to do what? To see the lies, to see the manipulation moving forward. If you empower them to see the lies, the manipulation, the anti-white narrative moving forward, then what do all those trillions of dollars, all those media companies, all of their efforts, what does that end up doing for the anti-whites? It works against them and for us. That's something that we have not done before. And you might say to yourself, what do you mean? You've been arguing for that for over 2 decades, and now I'm just learning about it? Yes. That's a big problem in the white sympathetic sphere. Let me jump to, we got to keep rolling here. These 2 MPs that I wanted to cover today, and MC retorts. The MP, white identity does not deserve respect. Now, either you've heard that outright or you've heard it in so many words. And one way or the other, you have heard white identity does not deserve respect. How do you respond to that? We suggest this, MC, that you can use verbatim or you could build off of on your own. You don't want to give respect to white identity because you are anti-white and want to harm white people. You don't want to give respect to white identity because you are anti-white and want to harm white people. Who might say white identity does not deserve respect? A professor at your high school or university might say that to you. And then this person might be very well read in the catechisms of anti-whiteism, and they might be able to say, here are all the reasons why the white race doesn't deserve, the white identity doesn't deserve respect. And they begin citing wars and so-called atrocities or actual atrocities or fictionalized atrocities or enslaving other people or whatever it might be. The oppression of women. I mean, I've heard anti-whites try to talk about Western kind's oppression of women. I mean, you see it all the time with the feminists, which is a subset of anti-whiteism. When we have been better to women in the West than anywhere on planet Earth, wait, check with CNN. But anywhere on planet Earth, we've given women rights far beyond, and then we have forced this on the rest of the world as well, just like we forced on the rest of the world the end of slavery in almost toto. And you are then confronted with, well, do I try to talk about, follow him down his rabbit trail of wars and enslavements and atrocities and all of, and then try to speak? No. You just beat that professor, and you beat his. You see what we've done here? I said to myself, we're not about to have the power of all the media empires, the universities. We're not about to have the publishing houses. So we have to find a way to win selfishly for the individual, the ordinary white person, wherever he or she is. Find a way for them to win by just turning a key on the anti-whites. That's what we've done. We turned that professor's education into time wasted. Now he can't use all of this reading and learning and doctoral thesis that he gave and everything else. He can't, or she, or it, whatever it is, they can't use that against you, because now you can just say you don't want to give respect to white identity because you're anti-white and you want to harm white people. Commentary here, I'm going to give you in a second because I'm going to hit the other one first. It's very important. You can use in both of these cases. The next MP is white people must never have an identity. Just look at World War II. This is what happens when white people. Now, this one is a little bit more popular, if you will. You'll find it in more places. White people must never have an identity. Just look at World War II. MC that we suggest or you can build off of is you just revealed your genocidal desire for white erasure, which reveals that you are anti-white. You just revealed your genocidal desire for white erasure, which reveals that you are anti-white. Now the entire conversation is refielded. This is the commentary that I want to share with you here. Individuals, listen closely to this, because this is what you're going to share in this conversation. Might be taking place just in your own head. You're arguing with the poisons that you've been infected with. That's where it starts, and then you take it out to the world. You have to be thinking about this. Individuals without a people are radically diminished thereby. They are easily victimized by groups with strong group identities. So if you, anti-white, you want to deprive my people of an identity, you say it doesn't deserve respect or we shouldn't be allowed to have an identity, you are laying the groundwork for the genocide of my people. You are laying the groundwork for the biological white erasure of my people, because people, individuals who don't have peoples are radically diminished. They don't have a community. They don't, no identity, no life. No identity, no purpose. No identity, no destiny. No identity, no history. And they are certainly in a bad way relative to those individuals who have identities, who have strong in-group preferences, who have strong group identities. That is the argument you want to bring to an anti-white. Now you're not talking about all of the fiction and maybe some true and whatever it is of white individuals or white countries here or there throughout time. You're not having this big conversation about how evil white people are Are they more evil? Are they less evil? And then based on that level of evil, do you deserve this person right now in front of me, this white person, that white guy that lives down the street, the white guy that's working on the pickup truck the block over? How much victimization do they deserve? That's where the conversation is when the anti-white has you in their story. You get out of that story using our concepts. You get into our story and you start talking about people without identity can't defend themselves. And that's why you want to strip my people of an identity. That's why you say it doesn't deserve respect and that it shouldn't be permitted, because you want to victimize Western kind. You get the conversation there, you win, my friends. At least I always win. People here that talk about it all the time, they take these concepts, they win all the time for white well-being. And we thank them for it. We're going to keep rolling. We're nearing the eighth hour of the day, of the evening. We're going to jump right into Crucible. And again, this is, if you are unaware, this is my non-fiction book about my experience, 7th and 8th grade, Northern Virginia, 11 to 13 years of age, when, as a 7th grader, I innocently began asking, what's going on here? And putting two and two together. If it is immoral for white people to have well-being, then morality sets on, like most things, on a dichotomy. So if that's immoral, then white ill-being is moral. And that was when I was beginning to see this is an anti-white narrative. This is an anti-white objective. This isn't about, I was very confused at first. I wondered, are they just doing this by accident? And so how do you push back? This is page 82, chapter 23, Righteous, it is titled. And this is when I wanted to create a club. There were two non-white clubs at this colossal junior high school in Northern Virginia. And there they could celebrate all things non-white from around the world, and more power to them for being able to do that. I wanted to do the same thing for our people. And I will read from here, and then we will keep rolling. I had refused to feel apologetic for being white. I had refused to accept that my people were evil, deserving of punishment, and liable for an eternal compensation. And as I resolved to be a man, to challenge anti-whiteism with a new verve energy, my questions were more direct. My positions were more conspicuous. If it's good for non-whites, it's good for whites. Every race has enslaved every other race. If I can't blame non-whites or their culture for the crimes that members of their groups commit today, then you can't blame me and my people's culture for crimes committed by whites hundreds and even thousands of years ago. If black and mestizo pride are good, then so is white pride. If bigoted whites control the system, if they're this dominant group that's holding everyone else down, then why do I have to listen to how awful whites are? If racist whites are in control, then why am I punished for speaking up for whites? The regime had created and spread a caricature of a proud white person as hateful and violent. But I was sensitive, mostly introverted, respectful of adults and authority. That made it difficult for my teachers to dismiss my questions, which forced them to respond, to justify the unjustifiable, to defend the indefensible. They struggled, became confused, started and backtracked, and started again, changed the subject, resorted to emotional appeals, and lost credibility. In the end, all they could do was define my position in so many words as hateful and dangerous. As I climbed into my teenage years, my birthday went unnoticed. Most of my peers ignored or hated me. My teachers' thinly disgusted revulsion increasingly surfaced as my questions punctured gaping holes in their anti-white faith. With every day that passed and every question I asked, an anti-white hatred wrapped a thickening darkness around me. "Jason, do you know that Martin wants to fight you?" gasped a kid I knew from my basketball team, Ryan, after he pulled himself from a boisterous sea of jostling students to reach me. "Who's Martin?" I choked as I halted in the middle of the hallway near the library, utterly taken by surprise, scanning the oblivious crowd at his back as though the threat tore at his heels. "A black kid," panted Ryan, his eyes popping. "What grade?" "8th. "Is he coming now?" I asked in a shaky voice, my heart thundering a crescendo in my ears, the air unmoving in my lungs. "Yeah, he's looking for you." There were many fights that I had to go through. I was attacked many times by anti-whites while in junior high school. And you'll find that this story, Crucible, is your story too. If you are a white person, it doesn't matter where you are in Western civilization, this is your story too. I've had thousands of people write me to say as much. They recall the ghosts of their past that they've attempted to bury because of how terrifying they were. Those moments of adults, the supreme authority in your world, teachers, vice principals, principals, counselors, leering over them, telling them that they're evil to care about the white race, whether they spoke up about it or not, that they're evil to be concerned for white well-being, that they don't understand why white people have to be victimized as part of some sort of process of making non-white people happy. They remember these things. They remember the intimidation of their peers, the students around them who threatened them, who ousted them, who ostracized them from their communities. That, for many, was all that it took to break them. And for me, you'll see in Crucible many times, I was faced with the same thoughts. Give it all up. Stop asking these things. That my friends like me again. Have the girls stop ignoring me and casting the most evil of glares at me for thinking these thoughts that were not permissible by the anti-white regime, most unfashionable. And they were very concerned with fashion. And of course, I had to end up defending myself physically, never lost a fight against anti-whites, non-white anti-whites in particular, who came to enforce anti-whiteism. That's what the world was like for me. It's what the world was like for you. And you'll find strength in Crucible. And with that, we'll be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. That was the great Imminent Rain. And there's more to that song where that came from. And we're going to find a way so that the music doesn't sound so thin when it comes through that way. It sounds much better when you listen to it directly. So make sure you do. We're going to jump right into the announcements. We've just passed 8 o'clock and we are chugging along. I think I saw something go up here. Maybe not. Popcorn Powers over there at Odyssey. Great to see you. There's White Wellbeing Advocate is here. Great to see you, brother. And remember, folks, tag me over there if you have something specific for me. White Wellbeing Advocate has gifted $1. Thank you, brother. And he writes here, it's over on Odyssey. I need to catch up. Promethean hails. A big Promethean hails to you as well. He comes back again with another $1 financial gift. Thank you so much. I didn't hear anything until the end, but I will check out the guy who was on 1 minute ago, I guess. Yes, do check him out. The Modern Monarchist. A great champion. And hello to everybody, anybody who's on Odyssey. Here's D Live. I see HB 2014. Great to see you, brother. Patrick of Southtown over there. And who else do we have? Wonderful. I'm surprised we're still on D Live. They took my ability away to receive financial gifts over there a long time ago. But I appealed and they were like, and? Yeah, we hate white people. What's the problem? That's the problem. Let's get into these announcements. I wanted to ask, when new people show up, I just wanted to ask you all, when new folks show up, they're going to be coming from within inside the anti-white narrative, and they're going to be using the locutions of anti-whiteism. When they do, let's just make sure that we're not hard on them. Everybody who shows up is not, and using, the locutions of anti-whiteism, they're not necessarily an antique nationalist or a cult nat or one of these folks, just disrupting. So one of the best ways to help them to learn is you could, if you wanted to engage, you could speak back to them in a way, typing obviously, in a way that where you use our concepts and without specifically speaking to the concept, the piece of lexicon that they had used from the anti-white narrative. Or you could speak to others who are in the community already using our concepts on the same point that the new person, the vague who has shown up, has used. So if somebody shows up and says, well, these woke people, they're such a problem, you could then write something like, anti-whites are a big problem, and we're gonna have to come together, or they'll just continue to victimize us. That was one of the biggest things, by the way, in Crucible that I realized was this massive fleecing and this way to victimize us. And their arguments were always about preventing us from coming together. It's evil for you to come together. It's evil for you to care about your well-being. It's evil for you to care about your future. You're so awful. And so then it was, you're so bad, you need to make amends. And that's to get you to lower your guard, physically as well as metaphorically. Physically, when it comes to a fight or being pushed around at work for promotions and for work, for clients, whatever it might be. Sexually, when it comes to anti-white, non-white people, or anti-white white people wanting sex from us, sexual favors, etc. But obviously also intellectually, so that you will accept the burden that they have put upon you, and then you will allow yourself to be fleeced and harmed, and your progeny to be fleeced and harmed, your people to be fleeced and harmed. So I realized what that was all about. But yeah, you can teach them a lot. You can say, yeah, the anti-whites are a big problem. We've got to come together. without saying, hey, we don't use. I'm not saying anybody did that. I just want to, head it off at the pass before anybody does. But you don't want to have a new person show up and use, because they're benighted. Yeah, right? They're coming from inside the anti-white narrative. They're going to be using the locutions of anti-whiteism. And so you don't want to jump on them and say, we don't talk like that here, because that is likely just to run them off, obviously. So I appreciate that. There was a gentleman by the name of Mark shared with me a meme that is a picture of a dictionary, and I don't know who created this. He didn't know who created it. And it says, anti-white was taken out of the dictionary. And I thought that's great. Maybe it said, that was it. If somebody knows, if one of you created or they've seen this would be perfect. Anti-white and anti-whiteism were taken out of the dictionary, nowhiteguilt.org. That is going to empower people. You shouldn't, if at all possible, you should always include anti-whiteism when you're trying to tell folks about anti-whites, because that's their ideology. And it does many things for you and your argument for our people by boxing it up that way, and seeing it from the point of view of our well-being. When people say, oh, no, you shouldn't do that, what they're telling you is they've been browbeaten. When white people do this, what they're saying is, I've been browbeaten over the course of my life, and I've learned that hyper-individualism is the only way to be legitimate. And I don't want to do anything for the good of our people, and therefore for the good of me as an individual member of that people. Just nothing. And that includes boxing up the attacks on us with a single name. So you point that out to them. You're talking to somebody. You can say, look at what you're doing. We're never going to win. And what is winning? It's recapturing our destiny at all the different levels that we define it. It could be one level, whatever it is. The anti-whites don't get to decide what the recapture of our destiny is. And the very first part that the very first place that you recapture your destiny is in yourself, your identity. We were talking about identity, your surroundings, your family, those people you care about. I also want to mention that I'm going to do a roll-in maybe the coming days or so on this magnificent video that Yiz, the eunuch unifier, has made the other day. It's one of her morning walks, and it is just stupendous. It's a testimonial about conviction, a testimonial about going free and the success of going free in her life. And she's doing things, let me just tell you, that really make most guys in the white sympathetic sphere look really pathetic. So I'm gonna share that, maybe do a roll in, play the whole video. It'll be great. So a big thank you to Yiz and that glorious work that she's doing in service to white well-being. Also going to do a roll in potentially this week about all of these white people who are fleeing Western countries and heading down to South American countries like Central South American countries like Paraguay, for example, and they think they're going to be safe down there. They think everything's going to be okay. What they don't realize, and I just want to speak about it, I think, in maybe a roll-in, at least briefly. There's an article, and I want to just touch upon it because the stability in those environments is there because there is stability in Western civilization. The moment Western civilization, the United States, the UK, etc., Germany, France, Australia, New Zealand, the moment that these things become too turbulent to maintain stability in places like Paraguay, if you're a white person down there, you're finished. You are finished. This is not some place that you can go and think, well, it's whatever the stability is here now is going to persist and survive the fall of the United States and Canada and et cetera. No, they will come to eat you in many different ways, and you don't even want to think about it. So we'll do a roll-in on that. And then I want to share right now an epic, well, you know what? I don't know if I can. I'll try to share it. We've been having some technical difficulty today, but let's see if I can Here it is. See if I can even pull it up with me on the screen. It does. It's not wanting to right now. What is happening over there? Did it show up on the screen? It doesn't look like it. I won't be. Yes, it looks like it showed up. Well, even though it doesn't look right on my screen. It looks like it's looking right on your screen. What is anti-white? And if I could just, there we go. No, it's not showing me. Boy, this is going to make it a challenge, maybe. How will I start the video? Maybe if we just leave it here for a second. The great, lovely Porridge, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all still hear me okay? I don't know what's happening with the glitches. The great, lovely Porridge and Natarific are bringing together, brought to you, and it's announced just the other day, a new video competition. It is the glorious thing we wanted to share today. And
have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term, there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. What's anti-white? Why should people care about anti-whiteism? And what can be done about it? We'd like you to make a short video targeted at the general public to explore these questions in whatever style you feel most comfortable. Maybe you like to explain things plain and straight, or maybe you like to inspire people with songs or poems. Whatever your style, we'd love to hear from you, but we ask that you follow these simple guidelines. It must be family friendly, it must be short and engaging, it must not vilify specific groups, please avoid copyrighted footage or music. The creator whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win
a small prize.
And it's sure to be a hard call since some of the greatest content creators have already agreed to participate, including No White Guilt, Intellectual Embargo, White Art Collective, Laura Tower, Grant Danger, Yiz, Semio God, Sam Millian. And of course, both organisers will upload an entry through their respective channels, Jubilation Media and West Bend Media. Whether you're a beginner or experienced content creator, we'd love you to join us. So get working on a video and upload it by
July the 25th.
And be sure to notify an organiser so it can be mirrored on a dedicated channel where all the entries can be viewed in one place. So let's work together to boost the concepts of anti-white and anti-whiteism and bring an end to the harm that's being inflicted on our people. Links and information will be in the description below, and feel free to ask any questions you may have. We look forward to seeing your creations.
That is totally epic, ladies and gentlemen. We had a hell of a time. Just wonderful. It was a great party with the videos that we made, that Lovely Porridge was behind. And of course, Mr. Jared George helped him then. Now we have Lovely Porridge and Natarific. This is a magnificent way. And Porridge is such a great gentleman when it comes to wanting to encourage folks to get involved, to participate. And Natarific is the exact same way. Both great gentlemen. Let's have a round of raucous emojis for these guys. And please do participate. We want to hear your voices. And we're going to have both of these guys on, if we can, next Sunday to talk more about it and more of the details. But please do share. Please do show. And if you can, participate. But certainly support, get excited about. And we're looking forward to this being as glorious as that first competition was. And glad to see everybody so delighted. And there we have the great Natarific with us here tonight. Euro Yankee is here. The great Chopin. Montana Kid. Great to see you all. 0022. Pro Bono. Caleb. Great to see you all. We're going to jump right into, because we want to have some time for calls tonight. So we're going to jump right into your comments. And if you have any comments that you want to make, I'll keep an eye, obviously, on Cash App, Entropy, and Odyssey. And if you have any comments there, I will make sure I get to them. And if you have any comments or questions, otherwise, tag me, or get into the Tall Kevin widget, the question widget over on Entropy, and we'll get to those as well before and or during the calls. And while we're talking about it, let's get a big round of the great raucous emojis for the great, I'll call you Maki. Thank you so very much. $25 financial gift. So hit the $20 mark, which we give out the celebratory raucous emojis for $25, and says here, I have 0 anti-white in me, and then a flexing arm emoji. That's awesome. That's the determination we all have to have. And thank you so very much for the financial gifts. That's magnificent. Might as well go ahead, swivel around here. Well, we'll mix it in. We have Ohio here writing, one comment that needs to be made. Too many white guys are obsessed with women being skinny. This drives many full-figured white ladies into the arms of non-white men. Full-figured ladies are treated well in Mexico, but treated poorly in the U.S. by petty, small-minded men obsessed with a skinny figure. Well, I tend to agree. We obviously went to eschew, and the pun was not intended there with the word chew. But nonetheless, obesity, because, even though heart disease is very sexy these days, we want to be our healthiest selves. Our bodies are our temple. It's where you're going to live, whether that's it for you or you have a soul and you'll have an afterlife. This is it. You're going to be here. You don't get to trade out. This is it. And this is certainly going to be, don't for a moment give yourself a way out with well, I'll be reincarnated. My ass, you will. If you ruin this, you're screwed. And very often, I want everyone to hear this. It's very important. Very often, we do things like become obese. We do things like not for the ink or the lifestyle or for the designs, but we very often overeat, cover ourselves in tattoos, burn ourselves as dark as we can with tans, change our hairstyles, use legal and illegal drugs in excess beyond just being able to help a person function. We do a lot of these things because we are white flighting away from who we are. So you need to be aware of that. Are you overweight because you're white flighting from being white? You hate yourself, you're harming yourself, you're overeating because of it. I guarantee you that the vast majority of overweight white people are that way because they just hate being white. They could say to you all they want, no, I know. Yeah, consciously, that's like 5% of who you are. 5 to 10% max of who you are. You are your subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind hates you for being white. So you could lie to yourself all you know though you're lying to yourself, but you ain't gonna lie to me. Now I see through that. So that has to be said. Now to what Ohio is saying here, yes. There is beauty at many different sizes, and what men see as beautiful, what we're given as beautiful, has been altered. So, generally speaking, men find a very wide range of looks for women attractive. That's why women, when they were smarter than they are today, most of them, some of them are as smart as they used to be, but not many. They trained themselves because in different things like playing a musical instrument and singing, being a magnificent cook. And they did all these sorts of things because they knew that men find a wide range of women attractive. And guys, it's true. So if a woman showed up and she's within that wide, very wide range, but she can also play a musical instrument and sing to you and entertain you and cook for you and all of these other things, massage you, then she's going to be the one that gets the ring. She's going to be the one the guy wants to actually stay with, right? Women knew that. Well, what's happened in the modern West, because we're not in charge of it, is a type of person, and the ear is against the door, has moved into the arena of deciding what is attractive. And for the longest time, what we started getting as attractive women really looked like little boys. And I wonder why that is. I can't think of a reason. Now, that doesn't mean that these women in and of themselves were not attractive, because thinner women can be attractive. Women with more meat on their bones, as I like to say, they can be attractive. Women with very shapely figures, they can be attractive. So it's true. I agree with Ohio. We should see the beauty at these different places. You definitely don't want to meet a woman and decide, well, she's off the radar because she has some extra weight, when that might have ended up being the one that perfectly jived with you. So make sure you find out who she is. And listen, I mean, maybe you're a little overweight, or maybe you don't have any muscle. Whatever it is, you two could go on once you become a couple, you both could go on a mission to be the best you can be to your bodies. And you put on some muscle and she loses some weight or whatever, so that you both can be very happy. I agree. Nancy Drew writes here, an interesting aspect that came out of the case involved the ACLU. The ACLU rep reported the following info. So this is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. JD is suing AH on the basis that the op-ed ruined his career opportunities. The ACLU staff actually wrote the article for Amber Heard after speaking to her. She did not write the article herself. Now, maybe CNN can contradict Nancy Drew. We'll go with that. But for right now, we're reading from Nancy. The ACLU wanted to use Amber as their spokesperson for gender abuse. Amber requested they release the WP article, Washington Post article, just in time for the release of the movie where she was the main character. The ACLU indicated that this type of publicity also benefits them. It usually brings them a significant amount of additional funds and donations. So this Washington Post article, which may be based on fabrications, was promoted at an advantageous time for both the ACLU and Amber Heard. You don't say. The anti-whites at it again? P.S. I usually engage in more scientific political subject matter. However, this type of high-profile case highlights some of the mechanisms of how agencies can erroneously misuse their power, and influencers can misrepresent situations to the detriment of society. A better position could have been the overlooked and unaddressed abuse of a percentage of men in interpersonal relationships. Exploration could have delved into why they don't report it. This is brilliantly written by Nancy Drew. I really appreciate it. She's a great member of our community. Thank you, dear lady. We have here, as we hit the bottom of the hour, the great, lovely Porridge, who, of course, is one half of the team behind this new video competition, What is Anti-White? He writes here, in the recording, Amber Heard mocked Johnny, saying, quote, "Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, I, Johnny Depp, a man, am a victim too of domestic violence," close quote. Why didn't Johnny just respond by saying, quote, "I'm a white man. The world revolves around us. We have complete control of the court, the government, and the media, and you have no power. We, white men, rule the world," close quote. Why didn't he say that? According to feminists, it's true. So why don't white males just flaunt their power? Well, in secret recordings, anti-whites reveal that they know their worldview of white man being in power is false. They know that they have the entire system on their side. They're just pathological liars. In public, they claim that they are oppressed and powerless. But in the secret recording, she is laughing because no one will ever believe him because he is a white man. Anti-whites know full well the power dynamics. They cry in public and laugh in private. It's absolutely evil. That is brilliantly written by lovely Porridge. That should be clipped. He goes on here with another comment. Coincidentally, I was recently thinking about exactly what you described, how our myths can be a far better representation of our history than what the historian describes. Famine, misery, war, and death is not unique to any race. How we respond to it is what defines us. History might describe the terrible conditions we endured, but our songs, our poems, and legends describe our spirit and values. If historians catalog my life, they would start with potty training mishaps, then dental visits, then pimples, then major injuries, tax problems, relationship failures, sickness, and death. But only someone who hated me would catalog all my low moments without context. The same for anti-white historians. More brilliance from the great lovely Porridge. And get your calls ready if you would like for me to call you on Skype. I will do so. And we will take a look at the order when we get people reaching out saying that they would like to have some time. I will read here from Ardent White, wonderful woman in the white positive sphere. She writes, I had my headphones in listening to the stream while my husband tried to get my attention to speak with me, and I didn't hear him at first. I took my earbud out and apologized, saying, sorry, I'm listening to No White Guilt. He leaned in toward me a little more sternly to remind me, quote, well, you have to listen to me too, eh? Before any backtalk could come out of my mouth, I remembered what I had just learned during Jason's marriage counseling. I applied Jason's advice, shut up, to my husband's reminder, listen, and now I'm going to live a happy ever after. That's fantastic. Well written. Ardent White. I'm so glad that my marriage counseling abilities have just brought you into even a better, closer, longer lasting, more fruitful union with your hubby. Let me take a quick look at entropy. Okay, we're blank there, didn't miss anybody. And I'll head over here to Odyssey, and we have on Odyssey $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, good brother, from White Wellbeing Advocate, a true champion in service to white well-being. This guy's everywhere. He writes, Imminent Rain is better than any other of that style. Most music people only like due to the brand. Imminent Rain, I'd think, was better even if he wasn't so Promethean. The fact that he is Promethean just makes it even better. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. Yes, he is a star, bar none. And he is, of course, working on a soundtrack, 9 songs to tell the story of Prometheus Rising, which we are very excited about. I will refresh this screen, and I will take a quick look at what you all are saying, see if anybody tagged me. Great to have everybody with us tonight. Going free so hard. Red Radar is with us. Hello to you. Mr. V is in line for a call. Machiavellia sucks. Great to see you. Elaine says, no good deed goes unpunished. Indeed. Let's see. Fearless Sunshine is with us. Hello to you and welcome. Wing It Productions. Welcome and hello to you. Good to see you. Patrick of Southtown is in line. Let me see anything else here. And we have over here on Cash App, our good friend, the RNG Farmer on Twitter. Back again. Let's get a round of raucous emojis. This time it's $14 to add to the other 25 and 20. Thank you so much, brother. He writes with those $14, new people need your book go free. It's the blueprint. Yes, indeed. Thank you so very much for saying that. It is indeed. You need to get over to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com if you want a signed version, or to Amazon to get, you can either get it as a printed or as an ebook as well. Thank you so very much, good sir. Showing up and doing the Lord's work in service to white well-being, because you know, if God made us, that means he wants us here. Catherine is with us. Hello to you and welcome. Let's turn back to some of these before we take calls. We have, this is a person who's going to go unnamed, and I wanted to read this little comment to me and the responses, because I thought it was humorous, these people getting shut down more and more. And by the way, I just have to add, well, I'll read the comment first. This person writes, who will remain unnamed, I have heard rumors that you are Jewish. Is that really true? I've heard Jews that identify as Cohen, Khan, as a derivative variation of Cohen with a K and with a C. These people, of course, this isn't no sincere question, rest assured. This comes from the Nat, but specifically the cult Nat community, who are very angry over the fact that I object to violence and bringing people out of those communities so that they don't ruin their lives. But I will add this before I even read the comments. You should watch, if you're one of these people, you should watch PWR this past week, because somebody by the name of David, one of your gods, was on, and he said that anybody claiming that I was a fraud in any way or any of these other things, that they themselves are Jewish. I write back to this individual. I responded, you just revealed that you have been hanging out with some very stupid and dishonorable people. My answer is that you should find some new friends. And that actually is still my answer. Odensire comes in and he says, Kuna is German. Red SUV says, look at the phenotype and the way he talks. He's a Westman. Lovely Porridge jumps in as well. He says, he's obviously not, but jaywalkers who are willing to fight anti-whiteism are welcome. So Jewish people who want to fight anti-whiteism are welcome. Having said that, he goes on, I'm not sure we have any in our community as far as I know. Meanwhile, the group who aggressively opposes Jewish people have somehow managed to gather a rather large percentage of them. The head of TRS was married to one, and the DS website is managed by one. Good for them, I guess. But it's weird when they come here with their accusations. And then we have Maiden Deutschland, who jumps in and says, I'm half German, technically more, but full German dad, a polyglot, and I've lived in Germany, German-speaking countries for over a decade. Kuna isn't related to the Semitic Cohen, but it is similar to König, which means king, and the verb kunin, which means to be able, equivalent to the English word ken, and almost definitely etymologically related. Khan, König, king, etc. are all derived from the same Proto-Indo-European root, completely related to Semitic languages like Hebrew, which I have studied for a year at university, along with Egyptian hieroglyphs, also a Semitic language. Kuna is also Persian, Indo-European language for, quote, ancient. It's it is abundantly clear, based on physiognomy and character, that Jason is thoroughly European without Semitic admixture. He is extremely German Nordic in appearance with Anglo passion. I hope this puts an end to this curious bit of an attempt to try to run people off from going free with the, but he's Jewish, as then they head on back to the Nazi groups that are being funded. Number one of Western Kind writes here, I thought it was powerful to hear meme curatives read out by the American child, followed with anti-whiteism and go free being discussed by a German woman. It's powerful to hear members of Western Kind with varying accents address anti-whiteism and offer the solution. It's a strong reminder that we are all in this struggle together as one people. And the Western sunrise awaits us all. Very well said, brother. I appreciate that. Take a quick look in both of these locations. Oh, we got to take calls. We're going to take some calls. Let me, so people have some more time, and we'll get to the rest of these. Some magnificent comments, and I really want to get to Kitty. Maybe I'll do Kitty really quickly. Pro Bono says, can you tell me what nights No White Guilt is on YT? Always Sunday at 5, and then many other days as well. Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. Kitty asks here, hey, Jason, I have a question. Recently, I've noticed an increase in hate crimes toward white people. So you might want to take just a suggestion, say anti-white crimes against, because hate crime is a mean pathogen that's in their story. You won't be able to appropriate it, and you won't empower yourself in conversation with others. But we'll continue. Just a little tip. Elderly whites in particular. My question is, how do we address this? It seems like a lose-lose. If a non-white attacks you and you defend yourself and come out on top, then the law will get involved on their side, I might add, or the media drags you through the mud. If you don't, then you run the risk of getting hurt or dying. I know this has nothing to do with the current topic, but I had no clue where to ask it. And sorry for the long post. Also, typing on the phone, so grammar is overall. Okay, so that's fine. I understand. You're asking about a physical attack. And my answer is that it's always the same. We only ever use violence in self-defense. So I never, otherwise no violence. Now, even when there's a possibility where you might have to defend yourself, you should take every step to get out of that scenario before the violence occurs. You never want to be taken at unawares. Regrettably, increasingly, look at how we have to act in our once great country of South Africa. We have to live with our head on a swivel. You've seen these videos. People pull up to their driveway in their big armored gate to protect them now. And that's increasingly the case across the West. And they get out of their car and somehow they have the wherewithal to get a gun out and to return fire before they're killed or raped or whatever it is, abducted and raped and murdered ritualistically. We have to act that way there. Increasingly, we have to keep our head on a swivel everywhere around the West because we have been dehumanized by anti-whiteism. Another reason why we need to get out of it when we talk about our lives and our people, our civilization, our countries. You need to have your head on a swivel. You don't want to be caught at unawares in a scenario where you are going to be physically attacked. So if you can, if you see that there trouble is possible because of the reasons you stated there, the law is not going to be on your side if you're white. You know that. There is no law in Western civilization because there's two standards or two standards or more. That means, and law is only legitimate when there is one standard for all. Otherwise, it's just a tool to suppress, oppress, and reward. So, and that's where it's gotten to today. If you can, you need to get away from the potential violence at all, not at all costs, but nearly. Especially if you're a man and you have a woman with you or children with you. It doesn't matter if you can win. It's going to be traumatizing beyond your ability to understand for a woman or children. So you lose nothing. You don't lose any man. You are more of a man if you protect them from that sort of trauma. And you are more of a man if you get away from the scenario where you have to physically defend yourself, and then you end up in a courtroom, and then you end up going to jail for the rest of your life because you're a white guy who harmed a non-white person who was attacking you, potentially an anti-white non-white person on top of that. So you do your best to get away from it. If you cannot get away from it, Kitty, the reality is defend yourself to the utmost degree requisite to put an end to the physical attack. Don't go beyond that. You know, if somebody comes up and they're trying to punch you and you slap them and they hit the pavement, get away at that point. They're done. Don't slap them and then pull out a Glock and unload into them. That you've gone too far there, obviously, and that would also be immoral. So not only illegal, but if somebody comes, then defend yourself to whatever degree. And I would never advise this. But some might say that if you are someplace, if somebody attacks you and you have to defend yourself because of the way the courts are now, because of how anti-white the system is now, some might say that if you are able to defend yourself and then go home and never talk about it again, not even to the people you love, then some would say that might be the best course of action. So that's what I will share. And with that, we'll do a little refresh, see what you all are saying over here. And I hope Kitty gets the info. And now remember, a real man of the West doesn't have to talk big. So every guy knows it too, that if you go to a bar, you go to whatever it might be, and there'll be a guy that you've experienced it. We all have, and there'll be a guy or guys, and they are big talkers about being badasses, and they could mop the floor with everybody under the sun. And then when an actual fight comes up, they're running away, they're cowards, or they're immediately snoozing on the pavement, taking a nap in a really weird place, like middle of the street or middle of the sidewalk. And at the same time, you know that you've been at bars, you've been at pubs, you've been places, and there'll be a white guy there, and he doesn't say anything about his ability to fight or what have you. And then when the shit hits the fan, this guy's mowing through bodies with a dexterity that you can hardly understand. So a real man of the West is not a big talker about how he's going to defend himself or what he's going to do. You know where you hear that all the time is with boys, which is fine. You teach them, you say, hey, lads, you want to be a man one of these days. That's not how you act. And you share the little tale that I just shared. And then they can grow up to be men. You'll also hear it by like really fat guys who rest beers on their beer belly. You'll hear them talk about how badasses they are, and then they'll whip out, like a knife or a gun or something like that. And that the opposite is actually true. Let's jump over here, and we are going to call the great Mr. V, who is up first. And here goes the call.
Hey, brother.
There he is. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing great. And how are you?
I'm splendid. I couldn't be better. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
Well, I would like to do something a little different today, brother.
Let's do it.
Great. Since we've been talking about movies and using entertainment as a weapon, I thought we'd discuss the latest movie that we did for the GFC movie night, which was Harry Potter, the first Harry Potter.
Oh, okay. Yes, please go for it.
Yeah, and we could use this as kind of a way to discuss the entire series, because I've seen them all, so I'm aware of the recurring MPs kind of the MP patterns, if you will.
Okay.
And right before we start, though, brother, I'd like to ask, what are your thoughts on this? Because Harry Potter, the idea of a secret school of magic it's really exciting and appealing to children who spend all their time in these anti-white indoctrination camps where nothing is magical, everything is boring, there's so much anti-whiteism. So then you sell them this, they already have a desire to escape that. So then you can sell them this fiction of a secret school where they are special and they learn things that others do not learn. You can sell them that idea very easily.
Yes.
So I think it's very interesting because there's a whole generation of people out there who grew up with Harry Potter. They read all the books. It was crazy. It was a massive cash cow. It was such a cash cow that just by mooing, it would attract gold to itself. That's how much of a cash cow it was.
Yes.
And you now have these people who are kind of kiddles in a way, because they'll use the world of Harry Potter and the MPs in Harry Potter, which we are going to discuss. They use those as kind of their anti-white lens with which to look out at the world. But what are your thoughts on how anti-whites lure our children with entertainment and these fantasies and fiction to then infect them with MPs?
Well, I mean, it's kind of, I sort of a obesitarian for us going free. You know, they appeal to everything that a child desires, to be special, to be, and there's nothing wrong with these things, to be special, to be different, to go on an adventure, to succeed, and to come back better than you were when you left. You know, to return home, and it's evil when the anti-whites do this to adult white people. But it is, and this is the reason why when I was in junior high school, I set my life's mission. It was like a dual thing, even though it was sort of singular as the same thing. And that is to free Western kind of anti-whiteism, because I knew that that would enable Western kind to access our spirit, the spirit of the West, and we would easily reclaim our destiny then. But simultaneously, I wanted to protect white children, my peers and those younger than me, from anti-whiteism, because that is the worst child abuse the world has ever known. The worst. Nothing could be more evil than teaching children that the people they come from are evil, and therefore they have that seed inside of them that they have to make amends for, but they can never make amends for, and to destroy one's own kind by way of destroying one's own identity. It's despicable. And so that's clearly when they do this. So my thoughts on when anti-whites make these movies that appeal to children, the use of magic in particular, that's a whole subject on its own. But the use of magic, putting them into environments that are semi-familiar, and just like you said, saying this is so much different than the mind-numbing environment that you actually have to endure, and then lacing it. And it is lacing it. It's like lacing something with PCP. It is lacing it with mean pathogens. Is absolutely heinous and extraordinarily effective for the anti-whites.
Very much so, because that never leaves people. And like you and I discussed before, brother, these are people's favorites. These are their favorite kind of pet media that they have not slain, that they have not revisited for MPs. They don't even know how to. So they look at these things with a lot of nostalgia, and critique of Harry Potter, if it was a really important part of your childhood, feels almost like critique of yourself to a lot of these people who are major fans. Exactly. So getting into the MPs, brother, would you like to guess who was used to represent the heretic to anti-whiteism? Who was used to represent the racist in the Harry Potter movies?
The little blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. Is that?
Bingo. And First Nate mentioned that I believe it was First Nate, that Mal means evil. So Malfoy.
Oh, how about that? Well, okay. Yes. See, this is how you really unpack something, folks. Go ahead.
Yeah, and his father is also very fair, as is his mother.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and they are a family of purebloods. In the Harry Potter world, you have this is how the allusions to race, racism, and racial erasure, racial purity, all these kinds of things. This is how this is done. You have Muggles, which stands for non-magical folk, and then you have purebloods. And Malfoy's family is a family of purebloods. And they call Muggles, non-magical people, mudbloods, as kind of a slur, if you will.
Right.
And in the Chamber of Secrets, the second movie, you have a scene where Malfoy, who they write as the most cowardly, bully, evil, mocking, arrogant, bigoted character you can think of. They write this character as if he has no redeeming qualities. He cries at everything. He's just a pathetic coward. They do the same thing with his father. Absolutely the same thing. His family has a house elf that they keep as, just like a slave, right? So again, they're also used to basically represent white aristocracy and get you to hate white aristocracy or wealthier whites, etc.
Right.
But there's a scene where Malfoy calls Hermione a mudblood, and then they go to Hagrid's, and right there, you have the whole scene preparing kids of how to think of the racist, if you will.
Oh, yes.
And Hagrid says that purebloods just think that they're better than everyone else because they're pureblood. This is what he says of Malfoy's family, and he also says that there isn't a wizard alive who isn't half-blood or less. And I think this is the no such thing as a pure race MP that anti-whites throw at us, but they never throw at any non-white race.
Exactly. Yes. Wow. It is absolutely replete with MPs.
All throughout, and to once again prove this recurring theme of the fairest white being portrayed as the worst or the incompetent or whatever negative, right? And then again, who is Malfoy set up against? Harry Potter, right? So setting up a white against another white.
Yeah.
In that same movie, The Chamber of Secrets, we watched the first one, but I'll touch on The Chamber of Secrets because of the MP that plays into the one we just spoke of. There is a new professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he is a blonde man, introduced at the beginning of the movie. And he writes books about adventures that he's gone on, monsters he's defeated, etc., etc. Well, it turns out he's a fake. He just steals the works and the great heroic feats of other wizards. He does an obliviate spell, which is a memory erasing spell, and then he takes all of that, writes it in his books, and then sells books to female wizards who adore him.
God.
And he's a coward, of course. He's a coward. So it's all throughout.
God, that is so absolutely pernicious, because this all is everyone who watched absorbed subconsciously that blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and then therefore this is the stand-in for the whole white race, because the other white people who are the good guys are identifying with non-white people, that therefore the white race is cowardly, they're thieves, etc. All of these things that you just named for these characters. And she's really, the author, despicable, and the movie makers as well. And it is in everybody's home. People were worried. I mean, this is, something that just struck me, brother. We got just a couple more minutes with you for your whatever else you want to share before we get on to Patrick of Southtown. But there were a lot of people, not a lot, there were some people who were Christian and got bent out of shape over the children doing magic in the movie, and they wanted to prevent their children from seeing this because they have magic, and movie, because a lot of movies have magic one way or another, and that's nothing. That's not harmful at all for children compared to the mean pathogens that are poisonously laced throughout the totality of the books and the movies.
Absolutely, brother. The real magic in Harry Potter is the anti-white spells they're casting on you.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well said. My gosh. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, those are the real spells. That's the real magic. And I'll try to be as quick as possible because I really want to hear from Patrick. Wait till you guys hear what Patrick's been up to.
Okay.
But for that movie, Chamber of Secrets, the whole plot is there's a Chamber of Secrets put there by Salazar Slytherin, who is the originator of one of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. And he is a pureblood who hates muggles. He hates non-magical people, and he doesn't believe they should learn magic. So in the Chamber of Secrets, a secret chamber that he built into Hogwarts, there's a monster there waiting to be unleashed and the chamber open so that he can come out and exterminate all the muggles. So that there's only purebloods at Hogwarts.
Good grief. You know, it's just sitcom after sitcom, movie after movie, doesn't matter the genre. It is the anti-white narrative again and again and again. And it's just endless iterations of the same anti-white narrative. Despicable. And that's what we were talking about today with this MP, that white people can't have an identity because look at World War II. It will mean the end of the non-white world. It's just again and again. And so now we're waiting for the next Harry Potter. It'll be another remake of another dressed up anti-white narrative somehow. But we doing stuff like this, like you're doing, going back and reviewing and finding the MPs in these things, educating yourself in the ability to identify them, that will end up being wealth and time and effort and etc. that will accrue to our benefit. Because the more filth like that they turn out, the more easy it'll become for those who are trained to identify it and then to know who's behind it. Man, well done.
Thank you, brother. And one more thing.
Yeah.
Harry Potter is multiracial from the first movie to the last, because so it's baked into the cake. I don't know how much of the books are multiracial, but the Harry Potter world, as far as who populates it, is entirely multiracial. So the aesthetics are European, the castle's European, the Latin used for the spells, European. Everything, the mythology, the folklore it's based on, the magic, everything is European, but then it's very, very multiracial. So the non-white peoples, they look out of place. It's like forced multiracialism into these movies. And it carries from one movie to the other, getting increasingly multiracial, because you see, and you also see, because they, if they make the first one multiracial and it's a school, and of course, because of the setting and circumstance, it's recurring, the same recurring students, you got to have the same non-white characters, right? Mm-hmm. But it was right from the beginning, very multiracial, and people can get surprised at how multiracial it was even back then. People get very surprised by that. And there's tons of biological white erasure throughout the movie, constant pairing of whites and non-whites. Harry's love interest in the later movies is an Asian girl. When Ron and Harry don't know who to ask for the dance in the Goblet of Fire, they ask out a pair of Indian girls, India. Ginny, Ron's sister, she's seen dating a non-white before she eventually gets with Harry Potter. When Ron's brother is telling Ron, "Hey, you gotta move quickly and get a girl," right? They're all sitting at a table, and then Ron turns to his brother after his brother says that and says, "Well, who are you going to go with?" And I kid you not, his brother turns instantly, without hesitation, to a black girl and asks her out. And these are redheads. Ron's family is all redheads. They're all Irish. So the biological white erasure in these movies, constant all the time.
no wonder it was pushed and still pushed endlessly. And by the way, when I was at the theater to watch The Northman, there was a preview for a Harry Potter continuation of the story for the professor in charge about his life, Dumbledore, I think they said his name was, and it was wildly multiracial. I mean, they're going to be even further over the top with it being anti-white. So, final thoughts, brother.
Well, I'll leave you with a list of alternate Harry Potter titles, and please leave your alternate Harry Potter title in the comments below. Make it white positive. Here are some Harry Potter titles inspired by Prometheus Rising. You ready, brother?
Yeah.
Harry Potter and the Promethean Stone. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Cyrene. Nice. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Ashgar.
Oh, nice.
Harry Potter and the Goblet of Gorthang.
Oh my God.
Harry Potter and the Order of Air and Fire.
Oh, nice.
Harry Potter and the Promethean Prince.
Nice.
Harry Potter and the Anti-White Hellholes.
Oh my God.
That last one is where he travels around the most anti-white cities in the world. So that one is definitely one to watch.
I love it, man. That is fantastic. You're one of our best,
Thank you so
brother.
much for taking the call in. Please, everyone, join a GFC. Look below in the video description, and you'll find there all the GFCs. All the guys put a lot of work into it. Please join a GFC that's closest to you, and email them if you have questions, and they will reply and they will answer. And you can go through their vetting and join up. Thank you for everything that you do, brother. Thanks to all brothers and sisters. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails, brother. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That was awesome, wasn't it? What a truth, though. Anti-whites are just nasty. Okay, Patrick of Southtown. Here comes the call, brother. I'm gonna dance to the song. You there, brother?
Hey, Jason, how's it going?
Great. How you doing, man? Great to hear from you. What's on your mind?
I'm doing very well. I had an opportunity knock on my door where I was able to attend an MLB event. If you turn it to a mirror, you can see what I'm talking about.
Yes. Okay. Wow. Okay.
So I decided to attend it and scope out some dark lexicon.
Okay.
To see if I can't find things, dark lexicon before they unleash it. To see if I can't.
Smart.
We can't find MCs before they release to the public. So,
very smart.
Interestingly, there was one that made me laugh. That was utterly ridiculous. So they corrected. I've been corrected, but not to call people criminals. They're justice impacted. They're not criminals.
Oh
They're
boy,
justice impacted.
justice impacted. That's justice impacted.
It sounds so ridiculous. It's stupid, and the language they used around that too was utterly ridiculous. They were saying that basically the problem isn't with the people. The problem is with the rules, and we have to do away with the rules altogether. And I'm like, no, just my gosh, no.
Yeah, that's the problem. The problem are not that these people won't obey the rules. The problem is that there are rules. And you say that. That's actually in that article that I couldn't finish reading. I might get back to on a roll-in or something with the nurses. But yeah, please continue.
Oh yeah. It's just bonkers, and like I could barely stomach it. I ended up there late, but even for what the parts that I had seen, like it was just so just so bad. And the person in question who was speaking, she even started crying, and she's like, oh, like it's up, basically like, oh, it's up to you to carry on my work kind of thing.
Oh my gosh.
It was hard not to crack up. Like I was seriously trying not to laugh. Like, and it's bad. Like I just felt like it was a shtick.
Oh yeah. That's awesome that you went there, and first of all, I mean your objective was intelligent. It was heroic. I mean, you want to find out what are anti-whites going to be saying next, and we can be ready for whatever they're going to be saying instead of hearing it already in the public and then responding to it. That's brilliant. But then once there, I mean, it was brave of you, and it sounds like it was fun a bit, getting to laugh a little bit. You could always, if you busted out laughing, you could just say it's tears. This is how I cry, laughing my ass off. Don't pigeonhole me for how I cry. But justice impacted. Well, I guess these neighborhoods and these court systems just full of justice impacted people.
Oh yeah, definitely. It sounds like a ridiculous wrestling move or like a superhero move. Justice impacted, like it's just it's just ridiculous.
That's true. That's true. Go ahead.
I definitely I won't lie, I was definitely kind of afraid to go at first, but then it wasn't so bad going out there, and I ended up learning another interesting thing. They have bars on campuses now, on university campuses. They have bars where you can drink beer.
My gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy. Bar food and drinks galore.
Anti-whites are obviously in charge, and there's no pushback anymore, next to none. I mean, there'll be crack pipes. I mean,
dude, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't. Definitely not. Like just the way things are going, it's just horrible. But
that's fine.
Yeah, I actually would like to eventually in the future have a GFC sort of outreach thing where we go to perhaps challenge some of those folks and bring the lexicon to them, because they don't seem like they would be expecting it at all. Like there's no way that they would expect somebody white positive to just show up out of the aether at one of their events. They are so smug, and they are so like they're just so comfortable. They don't they know that they're perfectly fine, even though that there's so many people crying that they're discriminated against, and it's like no you're not. Like they hold all the power, like in the university. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I'd like to hold GFC events, like train people, and do it carefully, obviously, but pick and choose specific events and trying to see if we can't challenge them a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, as a group.
You've gotten a taste for it now, so it's like the hunt is in your veins. It's totally awesome. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for Patrick of Southtown in the bravery and heading into this meeting. This was anti-white territory, no doubt. You know what else? I mean, the Groypers, they had a bunch of success going into these conservative events. I think if we went into these conservative events and we put them on the spot of, why are you for victimizing white people? Why are you for more harm to white people? Why is it you need to have a non-white person for a conservative position to be legitimate? Don't you know that you're inside this anti-white narrative and they really don't care about non-white people? That's just a way to victimize whites. That would be great to put these faux conservative leaders or Republicans. I mean, Republicans, it would be great. People who are running for re-election, it'd be great to put them on the spot with that and just watch them wiggle. Because, a Republican is never going to want to say the word white. He's never going to want to say, or she's never going to want to say Western kind, because they know how anti-white the system is. So if they can't even say the name of our people, then there's no hope that they're ever going to do anything for us. And conservative and Republicans and everyone who votes Republican, they need to know that. They need to know that there's no dog whistle, that they're not actually going to get into office. I worked on the Hill. They're not going to get into office and serve you. They're going to get into office and screw you. So these folks need to find out, the voters need to find out that the Republican Party is a anti-white scam. But this is brilliant, man, what you did. That is hilarious.
Thank you. And no, that's a good idea. I think that would actually be a lot more comfortable too to attend a more conservative event, but to put them on the spot would be very nice. Like, it's a good idea. That's actually, yeah, we should probably do that too. Anti-whites from every which side, the uniparty, no matter the wing, we should go to their events and challenge them.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Well done, brother. Is there anything else you want to share before we let you go?
How do I put it? I forgot. It was at the tip of my tongue. There was something else I wanted to bring up.
Was it about a GFC or about?
Oh, I was gonna plug that last. There's something else. No, that's okay. I think I'll talk about it next time if I remember.
Yeah. You could we'll have you call back in next Sunday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So if you want to come to my GFC, you can reach me at california.gfc@gmail.com. That's california.gfc@gmail.com. And if you guys don't show up, like we won't be able to have those in-person events eventually if we don't have more people.
Right.
We need more people, and it'll be fun. It'll be awesome. Like,
yeah,
it's good for us.
It is good for us. Very well. And you can hear it in your voice, man. You're a great representative, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jason.
All right, brother. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
All right, bye-bye. That was awesome. Can you believe that? He went to an MLB, but put it up in the mirror and you'll see. Can you believe it? Justice impacted? It's like civilization impacted. Intelligence impacted. How about love impacted? These people are haters. Anti-whites hate. They're eaten up with it. You can see it on their faces. You can see it in their actions. They want nothing more than to victimize white people, and they get spastic. They get crazy when they see anybody getting in the way of victimizing white babies, white people, white vulnerable. But that's where we come in. That's where we step in front of all of us, even our most capable men, and we step in front. We throw the shield up, and we lock shields and spears crossed, metaphorically, to put an end to anti-whiteism. That's what this is all about. And everyone out there of every race and every background, if you all want an America, a Italy, a whatever, Poland, if you want that to remain Western, then you're going to have to help us to put an end to anti-whiteism, even if you don't care about anything else but yourself and your family. You couldn't care less about white people. If you want law and order, you want the best man or woman to get the job, you want all of these things that are norms in Western civilization. If you want that to continue, you're going to have to help us put an end to anti-whiteism, because it's under that flag that they are destroying everything in Western civilization, including the people who build it. I love you all. Remember, folks, we can't walk on water, but together we can walk through fire. Let's go free.